Alright, hello, we are live. I am Jonperi, or John for short. I'll be running Strange Journey, the vanilla version of the game, not to be confused with the Redux version. And today with me, I have the esteemed Shaggy with me joining on commentary.
Hello, everybody. I know not too much about this speedrun. I haven't done it, but I will act suitably impressed by all of the amazing things that John here can pull off.
Alright, that sounds good. Before we'll give Zion the countdown, let's take a look at the config. I just have my usual stuff here already set up. I don't have to set up them in-game, so everything is ready to go. So Zion can get ready with the timer. I'll count you down from 5, and the run will start immediately after hitting the new game button here. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. All
Good
right,
luck.
so yeah, thank you. So Strange Journey. This is a spin-off. Spin-off or mainline. It really depends on who you ask. But basically, the crux of the story in the beginning here is that there is a black hole in Antarctica which is growing at a very fast pace, and it's been swallowing up the research stations that are across Antarctica, and we are currently sitting in on a UN joint project who are preparing a investigative team to go into the black hole, which is also known as the Schwarzwelt. And we have been enlisted as a American soldier to be part of that investigative group as a member of the strike team. So here we are just joining in on the briefing and getting to know the layout of our mission. We get introduced to the members of the crew with our commander Gore, Zelenin, who's part of the scientist team. She's also here, but she will be joining a different vessel. There will be 4 vessels in total sent into the Schwarzwelt. We will be aboard the Red Sprite, which is also known as the vessel number 1. Zelenin here will be joining the Elv, which is the vessel number 3. And, oh wait, did I? Well, okay, never mind. Well, whatever. I named myself twice with 25, but that's fine.
Whatever. Yeah, you're basically driving these big armored tanks that can fly into the middle of a black hole that's expanding throughout Antarctica to try to, stop it from consuming the Earth.
Yeah, here's Jimenez. He's also part of the strike team, but aboard a different vessel known as the Blue Sprite, or vessel number 2. He's gonna give us a quick layout of this advanced tech suit called the Demonica that we will be using to explore the Schwarzwelt. It has been tested and it's very high-tech, so it's suitable for exploration inside the Schwarzwelt. And we did a small quiz there that will determine our build for the game. This game does not give you the option to customize your build. Basically, you choose a stat bias in the beginning of the game, and that stat bias will give you higher odds of leveling up any stat during the run. So the build we will go for in this run is the magic build, and that might sound very weird for some people who know more about the game. Basically, this game has 5 major stat categories, like most SMT games. The first off is the attack strength stat, which determines how hard you can hit with your sword and how hard you can hit with your elemental gun damage. Usually your elemental damage is determined by the magic stat, but that is not the case in this game. Instead, it will be determined by your strength stat. So you might think that it would make the most sense to go for a strength build. But what we get with magic build is damage to our damage with our items, so our magic stones that we find across the Swordswelt, and also it determines our magic defense stat, so we take less damage from magic damage. Vitality determines your HP and also your damage reduction against physical damage. Then there is the agility stat, which determines your turn order and also whether you move before the enemy or not, and how often the enemy ambushes you on the field, since this game has random encounters. And luck does what luck does. Not too, yeah. It's ailment recovery and, you know, some miscellaneous things like that, which is not very important. So with our magic build, we get a 24% chance of getting a point into magic every time we get a stat point. And the other stats are spread out at about 19 to 20%. So we have a preference towards magic, but it is not guaranteed that magic will end up being our highest stat. So in that sense, it doesn't matter that much which stat bias you pick in the beginning of the game. So we arrived in the Swordswelt and immediately we are going to get invaded by some nasty demons. This is the tutorial of the game, and like every good SMT tutorial, you can in fact die in the tutorial if you're not careful. Wouldn't be a tutorial if you didn't have the chance of dying. A couple of our strike team members go down immediately since we don't know what is attacking us. We suddenly get this demon summoning program added to our Demonica suit, and after we get that, we are able to fight back against the demons that are invading our ship.
Yeah, this game is a bit interesting in that demons that you haven't seen yet don't actually appear as these kind of blobs that you don't know what they are. So throughout the game, when you run into new enemies, you can't immediately tell what they are. You have to see these weird amorphous blobs instead, and you have to fight the enemy a few times in order to learn what it is, and then it will show up actually properly.
Yeah, once you fight an enemy one time, you defeat enemy in battle, that means you will reach the baseline analyze level that is needed to discover an enemy. So fighting enemy one time is enough to discover them, or alternatively, you can also fuse them, and that gives you the baseline analyze level that you need to discover the enemy. So either or. We did a quick visit to the lab, we got some medicines, which we will be needing here in a moment, because I took more damage from the encounter than I would have liked. But we will just keep fighting the slimes here, and since I took so much damage, I'm gonna do a safety strat of using one medicine here. I would prefer to not do that, but I also wouldn't want to restart the run before it gets even going, so kind of what you have to do. We get a level up, we got some strength and magic, which is a nice start.
Does the randomness of your stat spread have a significant impact on any of the boss fights or anything like that?
Yes. Some of the biggest impact is your magic stat. If you have a low magic stat, you will have harder time last hitting some of the bosses later on in the game, since in this game, well, I'll talk about EXP funneling a little bit later. That's a very important quintessential mechanic of this game and a speedrun. Okay, so we got some more medicines here. We have now 14 medicines, and that's basically all we get here in the beginning of the game, but that is gonna last us for a little while. It should help us to at least get through the first sector. And since a lot of the other ships are also lost contact with us, we are now going to go and search for any survivors of the crashes that happened. So hopefully we can find some of the missing crewmates. Here we have our demon recruitment tutorial, and it's our trusty pixie, like in all good SMT games. If it's not a pixie... Yeah, if it's not a pixie, it just doesn't feel right. So she's guaranteed to join us as our party member, and she's very useful. She has some healing magic and also access to Agi, which is the fire damaging spell, and it's very helpful in the early going.
So this game uses first-person dungeon crawling that Atlas loves for a lot of its games.
Yeah, so MC has access to also a gun, which is it hits multiple targets, so it's good here in the early game to dispatch some of the weaker encounters, but we will not be using it very much. And overall, we just won't upgrade our gun ever. We're gonna move on with this starting gun for the whole run, basically. And that is also a reason why we don't bother even raising our strength stat, because we will just not be using it very much. Another mechanic in SMT, Strange Journey, this game does not have the press turn system, even though the game came out in 2009. This game uses something called co-op attacks. Now, co-op attacks is a mechanic where the demons are aligned with neutrality, chaos, or law, and if you have, let's say, two demons or two characters who are of the same alignment, for example, MC and Pixie here are both neutral for now, you get access to this co-op attack that does almighty damage based on your level on all targets that you hit with that. So weaknesses that you hit with that. So when Pixie hits a weakness, we do the co-op attack on that target. And
yeah, you basically get free extra damage as long as you can keep at least some of your party members the same alignment. So what alignment demons have is actually pretty important in this game. Each demon will have its fixed alignment based on what it is, and your main character's alignment is based on what choices you make in dialogue and such. And
yeah.
So it's a very important thing to consider.
So this run aims to go towards the chaos ending, so we will eventually turn towards the chaos alignment, but for the majority of the run we will stay neutral, especially here in the early game. I got my Pixie leveled up and MC leveled up, so I don't really want to take any more fights. What I really want now is to recruit Knocker if I can find one. Here we have rescued all the available crewmen, and we'll head back to the ship.
Are recruits random in this game, or are they like weighted random? Or
they are weighted random. So demons have a preference towards certain answers, but there's still some randomness to it, so they're not guaranteed to
so
work
it's the
even.
4 and 5 system.
Yeah, I find that the answers are a bit more consistent in this game. I'm gonna do a safety save here just in case.
Good decision.
So we got a distress call from strike team member Jimenez, who again is part of the Blue Jet squad, and we are just gonna try and rescue him. And hopefully find some other members of the other ships while we are at it. So for movement in this game, if anyone has played Redux, which I assume is the more popular choice between these two versions, you can see that I'm moving in a way where I'm not really looking where I'm going. This game does not have the ability for your main character to sprint on the map, so it does not matter which way we are facing, so it's optimal to just not look where you're going so you don't waste time on extra turns. which makes the movement a little bit difficult in some sections of the game if you don't remember the layouts perfectly. But they should be a Tangata Manu or a... I think that's on Moraki, unfortunately. I still want to discover that. Okay. Yeah, it's on Moraki. Probably not a encounter that I needed to fight, but that's fine. So again, we're just looking for knocker here. I need to find one knocker and level him up before I head to the red exclamation mark. Now, hopefully that does not take us too long.
Need him to learn a particular skill, or?
I needed him to have enough HP to survive the fight, basically against Orias. He needs to have about 50 HP, and I think he starts at like 47, so he's like... it's possible that he dies if I try to fight Orias at that point. I tried to get an item from a slime here, but they are not having it, so we're just gonna run away.
So when it comes to vanilla versus Redux, they're really just two completely different speedruns.
Right. They are very, very different. The routes are... I'm getting some bad luck here.
Start.
But I got a Foma. Formas are used to craft different kinds of sub-apps to your Demonica, which are basically tools that help you perform certain things better. They can also be used to craft things like armor, weapons, guns, items, whatever the case may be. Pixie wings or fairy wings that you get from pixies rather are not useful to me, but they sell for about 200 maka, and the money is very tight in the early game. So any little bit helps at this point. So getting one Forma drop already is kind of nice. Hey, there we go.
There's
That's a... Yeah. This is my battle suit, and it's best to stay separate. So demons, when you talk to them, they have different types of personalities, and also their alignment matters. So this is Knocker. He's a kid personality type, so he prefers childish answers like battle suits and exploration, adventuring, not retro games, online battle games rather, stuff like that. And also his alignment matters for the answers you pick, so he's another neutral demon, so he doesn't lean too hard either way, lower chaos when it comes to the answers, so that's kind of how you can determine.
Yeah, I like the implication that they have access to the internet in here and can play online games.
Exactly. Yeah, so this is the first instance of funneling EXP that I'm going to do. I don't want my pixie to get this EXP, so I'm gonna remove her from the party. And I'm gonna have MC kill this. Hopefully have MC kill this without my knocker dying. Ow. And that should level knocker up. Nope, it did not. 2 more EXP, but that's fine.
So is
fighting
it just
that Yep.
Sorry, is it for experience funneling? Is it just like the encounter gives you a certain amount of experience and it's distributed evenly among your party members? That's how it works?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, okay.
So by removing Pixie, you instead of sharing the EXP with 3 people, you share it with 2 people. I'm just gonna auto this one, and that's gonna be enough for Knocker to level up, and MC to level up as well. Of course, I got 2 points of agility, 2 points of luck, which is not helpful at all. But I also got a random Mabufu stone, which means I can sell that for 300 maka or use it against a Ice Week boss later, depending on how my money is looking. Oh, and which way am I going? I'm confused. Okay, good.
Yeah, there could be Jack Frost in the Twitch chat right now watching this stream. They have the internet.
That's true. I don't want to fight this. So, I guess the biggest learning curve outside of navigation for this game for new speedrunners is The EXP funneling, we've been doing that a lot for different boss fights. This here is Orias, who has 250 HP. After he kills our Commander Gore here, we have to fight him. Unfortunately, this game does not display health bars, so I need to manually count my damage and hope I can get the last hit properly. So this can be a little bit tricky. It's especially tricky later once the bosses get to like 3000 HP or whatnot, and you have to kind of count it. Ideally, you count the entire damage of their health bar. But
yeah, it's pretty tough and makes pretty much every boss fight in the game a lot more dangerous, that you have to unsummon your demons and solo kill the boss with MC in order to get the experience.
Yeah, so we're going to be using our items to heal. Items give us action priority, so I always go first when I use an item. That's why they're the best healing you can have for this fight. It's the safest. We're currently at 76 damage, I think. Once the enemy gets to below 20%, the small area turns to red around them when you hover them with an attack, and that means they are low HP. That can be used to tell if a boss is low HP or not for some fights, but for this fight you have to manually count all of your damage because it's not very reliable to rely on the red health bar because he doesn't have a lot of total HP in the first place. To be honest, I already lost my count pretty badly because I have been talking and trying to execute the fight properly, but we'll see if I can get... Hopefully I can get this first try. That's 209, I believe, and he's in the red, so this should be... okay. Luckily MC level, so I can actually take one hit if things go really badly. I might even use my Mabufu Stone for this if I feel really scared. That's 24, 230, 233. Let's... Okay, I'm gonna play this kind of safe and maybe use my Mabufu Stone because I don't want to fight this fight again if I don't have to. So I don't think this will kill him yet, but I can take one hit because I leveled up earlier. Of course I missed that.
Oh no.
So now I have to use my Mabufu Stone and hope for the best. This gives me also action priority. And it's barely enough. Okay.
Yeah.
So I missed there because this game is mean to me, but luckily that Mabufu Stone drop helped me get that win.
So because this game is... Well, it's kind of a mainline Megaten game where Demon Fusion is determined by your main character's level, right? Putting more experience onto your main character is absurdly powerful because, I mean, basically the level of your whole party is tied to your main character's level. So it's basically always worth it for every boss fight to unsummon your whole party and funnel, 4 times as much experience onto the main character. And then for the next boss, you can just refuse a new party at the higher level. It's kind of crazy to me that they allowed experience funneling in a game like this, because none of the other mainline games let you do this kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. That is very well explained why it's so powerful to XP funnel. So our commander died, rest in peace. Now Arthur becomes the new commander. Arthur is this artificial intelligence robot with no personality, so we are now currently led by AI in the Schwarzwald, and surely that can't go wrong in any conceivable way at all. Our next order of business is to head to the wreck of the Blue Sprite, where we rescued Jimenez earlier, because we do want to find a functioning motor for our ship, which got damaged in the landing to Schwarzwald, and also look for any crew members that might still be out here. Just gonna get here real quick. Oh, that's Tangata Manu. That's another demon we want to recruit. I am a soldier, and I like physical toughness. Okay. Well, this guy is easy to recruit because he has like a old man personality and he's a law-aligned demon, and his answers are pretty brain dead in a way where you can just say stuff like, "Well, I respect authority and I respect leaders," and that's like, all right, that's recruit done. Okay, this is the blue sprite, or what's left of it anyway. Jimenez is the only surviving crew member. He is the chaos representative of this game, so we're gonna be best buddies with him basically throughout the game, or late game anyway.
Him and his demon buddy, which I forget if he hasn't met that demon buddy yet.
No, we meet him in the second sector, so no bugaboo yet. So we found a new motor for our ship, and we also found a radio, which we can hopefully use to contact the United Nations joint project to relay information about our terrible start to a planet-saving mission. So we'll head back to the red sprite and see if we can get some form of contact. Yes, we go to the lab. And since we found that we defeated Orias and he dropped this weird Foma, and that's technology from Swartzwell that we don't have access to back in Earth, so we can use that to create new sub-apps. So what we just got was Forma Search A, and what Forma Search A does is it lets us... Let's see, I don't have enough money. Do I... It's not enough. Okay. Okay. I am broke, unfortunately, but that is fine. If I had that Mabufu stone that I used against Orias, I would be a very happy camper right now, but that is not the case, so I can take a fight if I get one. This is the one mandatory format that we need to pick up now to basically advance the story. It lets us get gate search, no, not gate search, gate unlock A, which lets us get through some of these gates that are locked around the Swartzwell. Let's see if these guys want to give me money. Oh, look at that.
Reliable beat's pretty good.
That's 500 Maka. That's very huge, actually. Thank you,
Good
Mr. Slime. That rarely works, so I'm very surprised that it actually did, but I am happy about it. So now we can unlock some gates that we previously couldn't, and that lets us explore this sector Antlia that this place is called. We can explore this a bit further now into the basement area, but we don't want to do that yet because at the current moment we're not really equipped to head down there yet, since there's some higher level demons and other scary things. But we're gonna spend some time looking for one specific Forma in this upper floor area. We want to find an item called Jiray Rags, which will be used to craft our first piece of armor, which gives us resist phys. And as you can imagine, resisting physical at like level 6 is kinda good.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Does this game have an app point system like 4, or it's just you find the Formas and then you can unlock the apps?
You find the Formas and then you pay the money. You can... So in this game, that is not a thing in Redux, but in this game you can only have a certain amount of Formas equipped at the same time.
Right, they're equips in this game.
Yeah, so I can show you in a moment. I'll just sell that. Gonna get my first sub app. We're gonna manufacture Heroemon, because this increases our chance of getting items from battle. And you can see here in the right corner it says capacity. So our max capacity is 10. We are currently using 3 out of 10 for sub apps. So You're kind of limited
Right.
in this game how many... wait, no. I need to do a fusion, so let's save first. I don't want an accident
So
here.
unlocking an app is not a permanent upgrade necessarily. It's kind of like just getting a new equip that you can use.
Right. In this game, it works like that. In Redux, there's no capacity, so you can have as many sub-apps enabled as you want. But that's a quality of life thing they added to that game. So Demon Fusion, Mr. Sandman. Right, that's the only fusion we do for now. Now we need to recruit another Pixie and another Knocker, and also find the Chirerax Foma. That's basically our to-do list before we can progress further into the game. I'll also collect these Formas. There's some Formas are random, some Formas have set locations. I'm gonna collect a few of the set location ones to sell for money, because we do be needing that money a decent bit in this early game. And while I'm here, I'm also gonna be collecting the Maka chest over here. There's 500 Maka in this chest. Another Knocker. It's my
Demon
battle
Fusion
suit.
and
Sorry.
Demon Fusion in this game works mostly like you would expect, similar to other games. But I know that skill inheritance is a bit different in this game.
This game is sort of you can think of it as like a spiritual successor to Nocturne, where each skill has a certain invisible rank attributed to it. And so it's like some demons can learn some skills easier than others, and the invisible skill ranking system kind of weighs how many or what skills you can get on each fusion. And we also get access to demon sources, which I will talk about in a little bit. And nice, we got the random RNG drop. So
Nice.
I only need to recruit a Pixie, and then we can head over to the next area. I'm also gonna... I don't really need this drop over here, but I'm gonna get it anyway for money. Maybe I should heal. Dying would be unfortunate. Oh,
Generally
also-
is unfortunate.
Yeah. So, demon sources are, if anyone is familiar with Vengeance, kind of similar to how they work in that game, where you can teach your demons different skills through these external things called sources. And there we go, Knocker source. You get it when you have analyzed a demon to the maximum and also leveled them up one time after that. In Redux, it's enough to analyze the demon to the maximum and you get their source, but in this game you also need to level them up one time after that, or level them up in the fight where you also analyze them to the fully. That also works. And that's another thing that has caused me headache in this game, because sometimes if your demon dies during a fight and doesn't get EXP, you don't get the source, and your whole routing goes out of whack. These are my pajamas, and it's worthless. Oh, not a fan, I guess? Okay. I guess Pixie does not agree to...
Sorry,
Yeah.
I was just going to ask, for using demon sources, that's done during fusions, right? In this
Yes. Yeah, you
game? So
can
it's a
only
bit-
do
it's
it...
a bit different than 5.
Yeah, you're correct, yes. You can only do it during the fusion, so you can't do it whenever you want. I'm gonna just... You can recruit Pixie a bit further in, but I'm just gonna do it here before I make the armor and take any fights that I can for extra money. That works for me. Some tiles have higher odds of finding certain demons, so this tile area that I'm currently walking in has a pretty high chance of finding a Pixie. Or, well, not higher chance, but it has a chance of finding a Pixie, rather. Even if I'm in the first floor, some tiles just won't let you... Like, some demons just won't show up in certain tiles. For example, even though this is floor 1, And even if I go a bit further in, I still can't find Onmoraki on this specific tile area that I'm currently walking in, even though it's, you know, still the same floor. Just not having a very good luck with the pixie. Let's see if hopefully can find it.
The enemies you want just don't want to show up.
Yeah, that's how it usually goes in SMT. And also when you don't want encounters, you get a lot of them, and when you want encounters, there's none to be found. That's just the experience of speedrunning SMT.
The nature of random encounters.
Yeah. I'm gonna move on soon if I can't find the pixie here, because this is not very pleasant.
Is the compendium quite expensive in this game? I mean, usually it is this early, but like in general,
it's cheap, which is very good because,
cheap?
yeah, we use a lot of the compendium. Basically, we don't do that many fusions. Well, we do a lot of fusions in the game, but we don't do fusions like, for example, if you want to make an element, we don't fuse an element. We just buy it from the compendium because it's so cheap compared to some other games.
So it's not the 4A system.
Yeah, we're not gonna do 200 fusions in this run, don't worry. We're just gonna use the compendium a lot, basically. Oh, I got another Jirai rag somehow, before finding a pixie. Go figure. Usually you're looking for the Jirai rags until the very last moment. Gonna try here if I have a better luck with finding her. Nope, we're just not finding pixie today. Well, my Sandman is fully analyzed already, which is good, but he's not supposed to be done analyzed like this early. I don't complain about that though, that's a good thing, but yeah, I'm just not...
They're really not cooperating.
They're really not cooperating, yeah.
Right, if you get enough extra drops, can you just sell them and buy a pixie?
Actually, we don't have access to the compendium yet, so no. But in theory, yes, you could do that. There we go.
There's one.
Found one. Hopefully we can also recruit her this time. It's called scouting her. Nothing can be done. Oh no, that might be a wrong answer. That might be a wrong answer, though. That might be on me.
There's a revival bead drop.
Yeah, that's very useful. So money is not gonna be a problem in this run, I can already tell you that much right now. Alright, I'm just gonna go craft my armor and hopefully we have better luck with finding Pixie further into the dungeon, because this is getting kinda ridiculous. Alright, so lab. We're gonna craft the survivor vest. Equip it immediately. And now I'll dispose of a bunch of stuff for money. I don't need any revival beads or any chakra drops or my old tactical vest or any Foma. All of this is basically worthless to me except for monetary value. So yeah, I'm already very, very rich because of how long time I was fighting random encounters. Gonna do a quick
When do you get access to the compendium?
It's later in this first sector. It's basically before you go to the B2F.
Okay.
So we're now on the first floor and about to head over to the basement floor 1. So it's in the second basement floor. Or, well, technically just before that, but anyway. Gonna open this shortcut with the unlock ability that we had, and hopefully I can catch a pixie somewhere here. You are not a pixie, it's a full moon and I don't want to fight you. Get away from me. I don't think I've ever had a...
moon cycle.
Yeah, this game has moon cycles. They don't affect gameplay too much outside of having higher accident rate on full and new moon. There's a couple of skills that get stronger when you use them during New or Full Moon, we will be using one of those skills later on in the game, but that's not something we really need to worry about yet.
I'm guessing this game also has the traditional demon talking to demons changes on Full Moon, and is usually not very useful.
Yeah, on Full Moon, you just don't want to talk to any demons ever, basically. Yeah, I'm kinda going through it right now. I can just find a pixie, like, that would solve all of my problems. The sad thing about that is that... well, yeah, well, actually, I wonder if I do need it now. I could technically buy it from the compendium later, I suppose, but... I don't know. I'm really just... It's not supposed to be this difficult, I swear. I don't know what is going on with the Pixie Recruit. Everything else has been going very swimmingly so far. That's my third Jurei Rags of the run, but no Pixie. So that is something else. There we go. Please let this be it. I hate lies. Yeah, I should be faster. Okay. There we go. Once you get through the first two questions correctly, this game has a very low chance of enemies scamming you, so usually that's pretty consistent as long as you can get those answers correct. I do have to admit that I didn't do the best job with recruiting the Pixie. I think the second Pixie recruit answer I chose was incorrect, so that's on me.
That's alright, we're through it now.
Yeah, here we get introduction to side quests with this injured Pixie who asks for a bead, but there's no chance that we have a bead this early on in the game. It's just not possible to find one. So we'll have to come back later to do the side quest if we want it completed, which we will for one very specific reason, which I'll talk about later once we get there. Let's see. Another knocker. Okay. So once we are now here in the basement, we have basically a few things we want to do. We want to, first and foremost, get our demon sources from Knocker and Pixie. We already got one from Knocker, so that's fine. We want EXP on MC to be very close to level 8. So we need to take some random encounters here, while I'll also collect this Foma stuff because extra money doesn't hurt, even though I'm not gonna have money problems because I'm very rich. I also collect some Mithras stones, which we will need for the boss of this sector. And yeah, so this is... okay, that should be a fight that I... oh wait, why are you here? You should be a Pixie. Well, whatever. It's fine. I'm gonna be using Sandman Stormina on these fights to hopefully put the enemy to sleep. When an enemy is asleep in this game, you deal more damage to them. And they lose their turns. So this fight, these are two Copas. I can return you already, it's fine. I'm gonna use you to heal. They are weak to gun damage, so I can use MC to attack them and also get... that was... okay, well, that's fine. I thought this one was also a Copa, but I guess this one is Malcolm,
Something
maybe.
else.
No, it's a Huopo. Ah, that's a weird configuration. But that's good because Huopo is one of the recruits we need from this area, so discovering her this early is helpful. So we need only 2 more recruits in the entire run. One of them is a Huopo, and another one is a demon called Kaso. So we're gonna try and find those. While also getting EXP while we do it. Okay, that's not really what I'm interested in. I think this fight is a poltergeist in the middle. We don't really care about that. Okay, this fight might be a Oni. I'm gonna check it just in case. If I'm very brave, I might try to kill it, but we'll see. Yeah, that's a Oni. Oh, no, it's not. It's a Kaso. I just don't know my demons, I guess. Alright, this is good for us because we do need to discover Kaso before we can recruit it. Gonna make sure that nobody dies here, hopefully. Play a bit safe. I'm not really in any hurry with this fight.
It is very nice that items have priority, and
It is,
you'll always
yeah.
go first if you're using an item.
It is, yeah. It makes a lot of these fights a lot safer. Also, one thing about the difficulty of this game that I didn't touch on yet was that this game has actually lower difficulty than Expert on Redux, which might be surprise to some people. So if you played Redux, the early game in this game is actually easier, just pure difficulty-wise, than like damage taken and that sort of thing, and escape. Well, in Redux, the Expert difficulty basically makes you take more damage and also caps your escape rate at 70% and makes it a bit lower overall. We don't need to worry about that in this game. This is a bit... I think it's exploring and... yourself. No. I think that's a wrong option. Hopefully I can recruit it. No. No such luck. Well, there goes Pixie. Goodbye. Not doing the best job with my recruits, that is my fault, unfortunately.
It's pretty hard to memorize this much stuff.
Yeah. I don't know if anyone would believe me if I said that usually I do a better job at this, but yeah,
I believe you.
We'll get them eventually. Right, another chance. Yeah, so Kaso is another neutral kid demon, kinda like Knocker. So he can be a little bit finicky, but overall, same kind of approach as the Knocker recruit will do you pretty well if you're trying to recruit him. So we need only the Huapo recruit, which is... she can spawn over here, basically anywhere on these red areas. But I'm gonna have to go back to the heal terminal real quick because I want my Pixie to be alive. But hopefully I can get my recruit done. Yeah. Oh, she did not like that, okay. That was actually another wrong answer. Which is rather annoying because I mapped out some answers a little while ago and I came to the conclusion that that answer is not very good and I did it out of old habit. But that's fine. Huapo shouldn't be too difficult to find once I head closer to the next floor of this area. Another thing I do need to make sure that my Pixie gives me the source that she... I don't think she gave me that yet. Unless I'm... I can check it. Yeah, no. Okay. Cool. Put her back in. I need her to give the source to me before I can move on. So I need to take some fights and keep her alive. MC needs a little bit more EXP as well, so it's not too bad. Huapo is a pretty high chance of spawning in this small area here. Okay, there she is. Because you are cute. We got selfish. Okay, bait and switch, but good enough. Alright, recruits are done.
Nice.
And now I just need...
That out of the way.
Yeah, I need about 70 EXP still. 77 EXP, so we'll do that over here before going to the basement. Oh, I did not mean to do that. So now we get access to the Demon Compendium. Yeah.
Now you get the compendium? Okay.
Yeah, we will not be using it immediately, but we will in just a moment. Right, this should be enough EXP once I have killed them. Funnel the EXP to Pixie so I can get her source immediately from beating the fight. And
You
hopefully
just need to level her up once, right? Because you've fully analyzed her already?
Yep, exactly.
Nice.
And check my EXP. I didn't see it there. Yeah, my EXP is fine, so everything is good now. We don't need to worry about this stuff anymore. So, Sandman, Kaso, and Knocker. And I'll save here. The next part is a bit inconvenient for a marathon run because I need to walk a bit and then take a forced encounter. And immediately after the forced encounter I need to do some fusions. And if they accident I have to do the forced encounter again, but that is life. Unless I want to walk back to the terminal. I don't know if I want to do that. This game does not have, we don't have access to save anywhere like in Redux, so we need to actually be at the terminal to...
I assume you have to do the force encounter first to level up?
Yeah. Right, so this guy is a little bit annoying. We don't have very good ways of dealing with him, so we're just gonna chip him down with this damage. One thing about getting more analyze is exploiting enemy weaknesses gives you more analyze, so hitting Oni here with Sandman CO is basically farming him with analyze in a very good way. That also applies to any demon who participates in a co-op attack, so if I had more chaos aligned demons here they would also get the benefit, but I don't. Also, Sandman is already analyzed fully because I took so many random encounters in the beginning of the run, but yeah, we're just gonna beat this Oni up. He has resist fizz, but should go down. And Sandman gives me his source, which I don't need until the very last moment in the game. But I have it now.
Nice.
Right. Okay. So now that's done, we're gonna do those fusions that I mentioned. Gonna do Sandman, Knocker. This game, the skills are always set, so you cannot like back out of the menu to get different skills unless you invest a source. So my Angel will always learn Needle Rush from this demon combination. Unless I use a source, which I don't want to do for these fusions yet. Just buy a lot of demons from the compendium. I have a lot of money like I mentioned, so it's fine. Make a Oni of our own. He is very strong. And we're also gonna make our first element. So Erthus. And no accidents, so that's what you love to see.
Perfect.
So we're gonna do something in this next fight that may look a little bit weird, but I kinda alluded to that by saying about the demon analyze. So we're just gonna be standing still and letting Erthus do all the work because we want to farm analyze for our demons from this fight. So we're just literally gonna defend and let Erthus take care of the damage dealing. And since our full party is neutral aligned, everybody gets analyze like a decent amount. You get about 18 to 20%, give or take, from each co-op hit for analyze, so we're just gonna be doing that.
So yeah, that's quite a lot. You only need to do like 5 co-op attacks,
Yeah,
5 or 6.
I think it also kind of depends on the demon. I think later on you kind of need a bit more than that, but for the early game 6 is enough. Like 6 co-op attacks. So yeah, you just can just kill these guys and everybody gets their analyze done here. Well, not everybody apparently, only Kaso. So there's some small differences when it comes to the amount of analyze you get. But either way, that is the most efficient way of going about it. And since we got the Kazu source now, I'm gonna get rid of her from my party and put Oni in for the next fight. And again, this is basically the same thing. We're just gonna farm analyze from this fight as well. Thank you for the heal. Very, very kind of you. So again, exploiting Oni's weakness, he's the strongest demon in this encounter anyway. And it gives us more analyze. So after this fight, Goblin and Ursus should be fully analyzed. Unfortunately, we don't get their sources immediately, unless they level up, which I think they actually will level up from this, they should, probably. If this was Redux, you wouldn't need to level up those demons. I keep mentioning that a lot, but that's very important distinction between these two games from a speedrunning perspective. Also, the color of the co-op attack changes depending on which demons are participating in it. If you are doing a co-op attack with low aligned demons, it will appear as green. If you do it with chaos demons, that appears as red, and neutral it appears as white. So yeah, all of the Goblin and Urtus got their analysis done, but I will need to eventually level them up if I want their sources.
What affects co-op attack damage? Is it just like the level of the participants?
It's level, yeah, level.
Okay.
Just level, not their magic, not anything else. Also, the cool thing about co-op attacks, it ignores resistances. It's basically just almighty damage. You can think of it as like a small Megiddo every time you target a weakness, which is very helpful. So this is the first sector boss of the game. I'm gonna save because obvious reasons. Oh, okay. Yeah, if saving does not in fact reset your encounter rate, or using a terminal does not reset your encounter rate in this game, unlike in some other SMT titles. So this guy is Morax. We got a reading about a strange clunk of energy, so we came to investigate it. Instead of a thing, we find this weird looking horned demon known as Morax. Morax is not particularly difficult, but he has one nasty gimmick. So we're gonna be a bit careful of that. We're just gonna keep buffing and debuffing him. And on turn 5, he's gonna do a scripted attack known as Gehenna, which can cause AoE fear to your party. That's one thing we really want to avoid. He's weak to ice, so Urtus is gonna do a lot of heavy lifting for damage here as well. So what fear does in this game is it makes your demons unresponsive, so they don't act the way you want them to act. And they can also remove themselves from battle and go back to your stock, so we don't want that to happen. That's why we picked up a couple Butter Stones earlier as well, that the game very generously gives to you. For this fight, you don't really need to count damage, luckily, since... Well, wait, did I... Okay, no, never mind. You don't need to count damage, but you do need to know what turn it is. Now this turn everybody's gonna defend to minimize the chances of getting hit by Gehenna.
Yeah. So defending does
Nice.
reduce ailment chance.
Yes, and that's good. Only one. I don't care about that. And now I'm just gonna chip him down with Ertus's Bufu until I'm ready to get rid of my demons to funnel the XP onto MC. He has 700 HP. I'm gonna desummon my demons when he has about 100 left or so. By doing this, I don't really want to over damage, so I'm kind of doing it slowly, but that should be fine. Okay. After this, I will desummon my party, and it should be fine. Yep. And we just need to hope that MC doesn't get hit by Gehenna here. If he's gonna do it. Horned Rampage is fine because we have Fist Resist. And that is Morax down.
Nice. Easy.
Well, that gives us about 4 levels, so that's very nice.
Does this game have Makakaja or is Terukaja both?
Terukaja is both.
Terukaja is both in this game?
Yeah. So we got this weird energy mass. They are known as Rosetta Stones. What they basically help us do is to navigate to the next sector. Now that we have the Antlia Rosetta, that basically allows us to navigate through this space-time tunnel into the next area. There's all kinds of sci-fi mumbo-jumbo going on in the background that I don't fully understand. But basically, there's multiple layers in the Schwarzwald. They're like space-time tunnels or distortions or whatever. And we're kind of just looking for a way out currently, because we kind of realized that Schwarzwald is a bit too dangerous for us. And it's very weird that these areas that we are exploring are kind of... They resemble human civilization. First we went through the Antlia section, which had these battlefield-looking areas, and now we, in this next area known as Sector Boots, there are these buildings that resemble a red light district. So we are very confused about what's going on here. So we make Ancient West for later. We don't equip it. Gonna make a couple of these poisons for later, for safety. And let's see, how much money do I have? I need a bit more. So I'll sell a few revival beads, not all of them. I can keep a couple for safety, because I'm rich. And all Foma has to go again. Okay. And now we are also going to make another sub-app. And Yakutaru basically just makes it so that we can, or the likelihood of getting surprised goes down. And yeah,
Which is
do
pretty strong in any random encounter game.
Yeah, it just makes it surviving a bit more consistent against enemies in new sectors. So this is Sector Boots, everybody's favorite sector. It's my least favorite sector, probably, but it's not too bad. I just don't personally like it that much. So our first order of business is to explore the new area and set up these beacons that we are gonna use to kind of triangulate the sector to get more information about it. But first we're gonna give a couple chakra drops to this Melcom, because he will give us 4000 Maka, which is a lot. And then we are going to do some more fusions and hope we don't accident. This game has a relatively high accident rate, so I'm very wary of the accident chance.
You do eventually get an app that reduces accident chance or removes it?
Yes, it removes it completely, which is very nice.
Yeah.
And you get that at the beginning of the next sector, so we don't have to suffer through this injustice of having a chance of accidents for very much longer, which is kind of nice. It's actually very nice. It's not kind of nice, it's very nice. Every SMT
Yeah.
game should have something like that. So we make Hathor. Hathor is gonna be our heal bot for the foreseeable future. She's not gonna get used in any fights, but she will be in the background healing my party whenever I need it. And then we'll make arrows. Elements are very useful since they can be used to upfuse within the same race. Like in other SMT games as well.
Work the same way.
Yes. Caso and Knocker. I really like the fusion menus in this game. They feel so smooth and there's no extra information. So if you know what you're doing, you can fly through these menus very quickly. From a casual player perspective, it might be a bit it's not the most player friendly thing, but I don't care about being player friendly when I'm speedrunning, so it's fine by me.
Yeah. Not having a way to directly fuse from the compendium always kind of sucks, but is what it is.
When the fusions are this quick, I don't really care about that.
Yeah, the animation is very fast, which is nice.
Yeah. Yep, there we go. And no accident again, so we're almost in the clear when it comes to fusion accidents. We just fused Azumi, but we can't talk to them on full moon. Here is the first area we're gonna place our beacon, or if Freedom Pulse is here, he would say place our bacon. Over here. There's another area where we need to put another beacon down to get the full scope of the sector triangulated. So we're gonna go do that now through classic damaging tiles. They're not too bad, but I do need to be a bit careful here. Because I would prefer to not die. Oh, it's a harpy.
Walking around with solo MC kind of has me sketched out, but I guess this is safe.
It's safe. So most enemies use physical attacks, right? And I have resist fizz. I'm not very scared, and this game has a very, very high escape rate comparatively to some other SMT titles, so I'm not really worried in this specific area. There are a couple areas where you can die to random encounters, but those are... Well, one such section will be in this sector, but it's a bit further in. It's not something that I need to worry about yet. Okay. But one thing that I'm a bit like... Well, I'm not really worried, but one negative thing that can happen is if we run into a Preda. Preda has access to Maka Beam. Everybody loves Maka Beam. Luckily, we just use up all of our money in the fusions, so we don't have to worry about that too much. Well, not luckily. The route is designed that way, so we don't have money when we walk around, because then Maka Beam takes 20% of your money, and if we don't have money, then we don't lose money. That's kind of how that works. So by doing fusion at the beginning of the sector just makes it so that even if we get Maka Beam, we don't really get hurt that badly. Wait, did I need to go to the lab here? I think yes. I knew I was forgetting something. It's very important that you go to the lab when you have a new sub-app available. So now we get access to Unlock A. Without Unlock A, we cannot progress this sector, so... No, sorry, Gate Search A. I always get the Unlock and Search mixed up, but Search basically allows us to find hidden doors. Up until now, we could only find locked doors that we could open, but now we can also find hidden doors. Everybody who's played this game know the feeling of trying to comb every inch of a new sector trying to find hidden doors, and that's what we can do now. But before we
Thankfully, you already know where they are.
Yes, thankfully. That would be very horrible if I didn't. Before progressing the main story, we're gonna do this small side quest here to get a new piece of equipment that is very important for this sector. This sector would be kind of a nightmare if we didn't have it. And that is, of course, Yggdrasil ring, which basically makes us immune to poison. And there's a couple fights in this sector that can inflict poison, so being immune to that is very, very nice. So basically, this kind of... I don't know exactly what happens here, to be completely honest, but they kind of put you back in time to meet this Yggdrasil tree. And... or maybe that happens later, I don't know. Side quest stuff, don't ask. The most important thing is that we get the ring for poison immunity. We basically get our ass handed to us by that monstrosity, but that's all we needed to do, so this is very, very easy quest. We basically just have to come here and talk to this, and that's it.
It's just a cutscene?
Basically, yes. And equip it immediately before I forget. Now we can't get poisoned anymore. And now we're gonna be heading over to this mansion. One of the crewmen, Norris, has been acting very weird, so now Arthur tells us to, hey, we should maybe find that guy, he did not seem like himself. And we are now inside this red light district mansion that we don't really know what's happening here. It's a very weird piece of construction in a land inhabited by demons. We're just gonna be moving through this area in search of Norris, who is the crewman who has been acting a bit weird. Oh, failed to run away. These encounters are not scary either, though. There's
Critical
only
hit for 6 damage.
Yeah, another thing I didn't mention about the survivor vest is that it introduces us with a weakness. So we're currently weak to fire. You might have seen me get hit by some fire attacks in Antlia already, but there's a couple encounters here. Well, only one encounter really that I'm worried about realistically, and that's Pyro Jack, but he doesn't spawn in this floor. He starts spawning a bit higher up. Wait, what? Oh, right. Getting confused. This way. And now we are going to be walking straight into a ambush. We get captured and put into a cell. I'm gonna be summoning some demons here, even though we're not gonna do any fights here yet. We're gonna be finding a member of the Elv, which is the ship number 3. This is Selenin, who we saw at the beginning of the game. She is the law rep of this game, and she has also been captured because the Elv actually did a crash landing into Boots instead of Antlia, so she has been here the entire time. And now this Bifrons is gonna take us to his master, who is Mithras. So Mithras is a bit of a character. He's very fascinated with humans, so he wants to talk to us. He has a fascination with humans of all kinds, as you can see in the background. And he basically tells us that everything is going to be fine as long as we join him. And that sounds oddly suspicious, so we're not really on board with that. But he gives us basically an ultimatum of going back to our crew and convince everybody to join him. Well, that's basically our only chance that we have. Of course, we're not gonna be joining him. He gave us this luxury bell that we can use to call his servant to bring us back to him whenever we are ready. So we're gonna be using that to devise a diversion, and then we are going to storm the castle and hopefully rescue Zelenin. Well, that's what we're going to do now. This sector has a lot of walking back and forth, this area and the castle or mansion or whatever you want to call it. So now our plan is in effect. All of our crewmen are basically creating a diversion, and it's our job to infiltrate the castle when everybody is busy with our soldiers and fighting. So we're gonna take the same path over here to get back to where we were. It's a hee-ho.
Hee-hos.
So now the good thing about the diversion is that the random encounters have been disabled from inside this area. So we can't get into any more fights for now. Which makes traversing this area a lot more pleasant. Because we don't have to worry about running away from stuff. We're gonna collect a couple items. These are charms, but they're not very useful to us. The thing that I'm more interested in is over here. More revival beads. We waited to get them because now we don't have random encounters enabled, so we didn't get them on the first time through. It's very deliberate.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And now the place where we got ambushed, nobody is here. We can collect muscle drinks and keep going.
Muscle drinks actually useful in this game, or is it just selling?
Selling. They don't even sell for that much. It's like 250 maka, so they're basically useless. But here is a random bead chain, so that's the more important thing to pick up. Okay, I'm gonna save here for safety because we do need to take some fights.
It's also been a while since you saved, so this makes me feel good.
Yeah, you've been just scared
Been
for
watching
me.
you walk past save points and then running around with solo MC. It's like,
Yeah, dying is really not something that can happen, so I'm not worried. But again, we get captured because apparently we're very good at that. So now we are over here, but this is a different cell than where Zelenin was. Basically, we learn now that demons have been conducting human experiments to our crew members. And hey, we find Norris. How are you doing, buddy? Turns out he's not Norris at all. He's Green Norris. And he's basically gone insane because of the human experimentation, so we need to fight him. We take a small penalty to our HP because we chose the top option there. We do that because it puts us towards law a little bit. We don't want to end up on chaos too early. If you do the second option, you don't take damage, but that puts you towards chaos. But we want to control our alignment in the early game a little bit. We don't want to be chaos or law. We just want to stay on the neutral path for quite a big chunk of the run. This fight is pretty trivial since he only uses physical attacks, and well, he also has last resort, but he won't use it until he's below half HP. So we're not worried about that yet. Just gonna be debuffing and damaging him. And since MZ has fist resist, this fight is basically trivial. The only annoying thing he can do is his stun claws and make us paralyzed. But even then, yeah, there we go. But in this game, getting stunned or paralyzed does not actually decrease your defense like in many other SMT titles. Sorry, it decreases our defense, but it won't decrease our accuracy, is what I meant to say. So we can still hit Norris even though we're stunned. So it's not too bad.
So it just decreases defense in this game, or does it do anything else?
It decreases defense, that's it.
That's it.
It's not very scary ailment. We found a hidden door to the area where Zelenin is being kept, and now we find Mr. Mastema.
Oh boy.
Everybody's favorite trustworthy angel. He's been basically disguising himself as a human here and keeping an eye on us. And now he's gonna help us escape. So he must be a good guy, right? He helped us escape. Why would he help us escape if he had sinister plans? Oh, this way. This one... This is a bit sketchy. I've been dreading this moment of the marathon because with my luck, I'm gonna get an accident here. This is like the last fusion that has pretty bad consequences if it accidents, so let's just hope it does not, so I don't have to worry about that. We make the bestest boy Shisa, and no accident, so I'm happy. Okay.
Alright, nice.
Shisa is particularly good because he's the earliest demon who learns Warcry, which decreases the enemy's attack by 2 stages, so he's really, really good.
Buffs stack up to 4 times in this game, right?
Yes. That is correct. And now we want to go back to Red Sprite, but on the way there we're gonna find ourselves face to face with a macabre. Oh, that means it's another fight. And we're immediately gonna put that Warcry to good use. So macabre is another physical attacker who can also poison us. So that's very similar to Norris. But this fight is trivial. We have a ring that lets us null poison, and we have resist fizz. He can't do anything to us. So we just buff ourselves fully, debuff him fully, and it's time to go to town. Yeah, so you see Blight there doing 6 damage and no chance of poisoning us, so this fight is like very trivial. You can take a nap or read the news or talk with chat or whatever here. And he basically can't kill us. And we're gonna leave back to the Red Sprite. Since we rescued Zelenin, our operation is now successful. So now we have crew members from both the Elv and the Blue Sprite accounted for. There was another ship that came with us, known as the Gigantic. And we have no idea what happened to that ship. We haven't met anyone from that crew yet. And spoiler alert, we will never meet anyone from that crew, unfortunately. This is a bit of a... I can talk about this. So, Gigantic is another ship that crashed in Boots, and we don't know what happened to that ship until the end of the game when we come back here. They also made a crash landing, actually on top of that mansion. So the ship is just lying on top of it. But yeah, none of the crew survived, so the 4th ship, the Gigantic, was basically, everyone died. The end. So we're gonna make our way through this area for the 3rd time, because everybody loves backtracking through the same dungeons over and over again.
Peak Atlas game design.
Yeah, so we basically want to go and assassinate Mithras at this point. There's other crew members helping us. We want to kill him to get his Rosetta Stone, because if we get the Rosetta, we can move on to the space-time tunnel continuum, whatever thing, to the next sector. And supposedly each sector we traverse through gets us closer to returning to Earth, so that's a very reasonable thing to do. Naga keeps giving us all kinds of gifts. Can't complain about that. So another thing that we found after defeating Norris was a rare Foma. We presented that to our crew and we got access to Enemy Search, which is a sub-app that lets us find hidden enemies. Usually those hidden enemies are a bit stronger than regular enemies, but we will not really be making use of that or fighting them throughout the run. In a casual setting, they would give you guaranteed Foma, which can sell for a decent chunk of money. So if you wanted to farm money in this game, you would be fighting those hidden enemies. But we don't really have a need for that. However, we got captured earlier by a invisible demon. So this enemy search basically lets us progress through this point. Gonna save just in case, even though this fight is also completely trivial. I'm sensing a pattern, a lot of trivial fights in the early game. I wonder why that is.
Resist physical.
Exactly, yes. So this is another demon that also only uses physical attacks. Well, he actually has Mazio as well. Yeah, not Mazio, Zio, but that's not... we don't care about that. Another gimmick of this fight is that Fomorian always targets the enemy with the least amount of total health. Actually, no, not total health, current health. But that will be always Jack Frost, so our Jack Frost is going to get hit in the face a few times here, unfortunately. Sad hee-ho noises.
Hee-ho meat shield.
Yep. That is exactly what he is. And Fomorian is also weak to force, so we farm some co-op with arrows here. And now that is done, time for everybody to leave, and MC has more EXP from the funnel.
Yeah, I assume MC is starting to get over-leveled a bit.
Well,
got a lot of help.
Not really. We don't get over-leveled at any point. 5 agility, 1 luck, that's the worst stat spread I've ever seen.
Oh no.
I want to reset. Almost want to reset to redo that level. That's awful. That's the marathon build for you. Yeah. We go to the 4th floor. I'm gonna summon a couple demons here just in case, because this is the part of the game where you can actually start running into some scary enemies. Namely Pyrojack, because we have the fire weakness still.
So enemies don't get demon co-op, so when they hit your weakness, it is just bonus damage, right?
Yes, correct. If they got demon co-op, this would be a lot more painful than it otherwise would be, although we do a pretty good job of covering our weaknesses throughout the run. So here we meet Jimenez, who found the Bifrons who captured us. And now we're gonna watch Jimenez fight him. So this is how a real devil summoner fights, or demon summoner. You can do it, Jimenez. But this fight is actually funny because if Jimenez can actually die in this fight, which is pretty funny. This is kind of like RNG, so Jimenez can die here. That doesn't affect anything. It's also random which demons die in this fight, so Lilam can die, Asumi can die, Naga can also die. It won't affect the outcome of the game in any way, but it can save you time if the demons die quickly. because lately less actions and less animations to watch.
Okay.
We got unlucky there, and Lilam didn't die. She commonly dies there because she doesn't have a very high HP total. But yeah, if Lilam dies, you can save like 2 seconds or something, because it cuts down on the animation time. And we found this weird looking demon that Jimenez analyzed, and the result was very perplexing. Basically, the genetic makeup of Bugaboo was 75% demon, and that's weird. Why would there be a demon here that is 75% demon? That is truly fascinating. But that Bugaboo is basically... I meant to save, not return. I am a dumbass. Sorry about that. I need to walk all the way back there. I am sorry.
Okay.
I meant to save. That's... I'm not used to saving this much in a run, so I misclicked.
That's okay.
Yeah, we're gonna take
You
a walk
went
of
silent
shame.
for a second there, so I thought your mic had cut out, and you stopped
Yeah.
moving, so I thought something horrible had gone wrong.
Well, that was pretty horrible, but that's fine. This backtrack is gonna be a bit faster though, because we got the elevator working already, so we can go straight to the 4th floor. And I'm trying to think. Can I? Wait, let me think. Can I actually use this main elevator here to make this faster? I think I can. Let's see. Because there's also an elevator here that I can supposedly use now. Well, let's see if I can get a shortcut back to the upper floor so I don't have to walk all the way back. This should get us to 4th floor. Okay. Not as bad then. Yeah. That's not as bad as it could have been, I suppose. We're almost back to where I was, so... Lost a couple minutes to my nonsense, but it is what it is. All because I wanted to save before a fusion, so never save, lesson learned. Normally I wouldn't bother saving before this fusion, but yeah, I got punished immediately for that. Okay, let's try that again without returning back to the ship. There we go. So now, this is the last fusion that can accident in the entire run. So we make Oni and Harpy into the best boy Inogami, and we give him the pixie source for Racunda, Media, and Watchful. Watchful is very important since, like we've been talking about the demon sources, you need EXP to get that source. So if we have a sorry, I can't talk and do this at the same time. So if we have a demon in the backline who's fully analyzed, we can use Watchful to get him the demon source without him being in the battle. So what Analyze does, it increases the passive EXP of a demon who's not in battle by 25%. So very similar to what Nocturne does. Actually, exactly the same as Nocturne. How Watchful works in that game. And it's on the same demon as well, so... Our party is basically what we use in Nocturne to fight Matador currently, with very similar skills as well. So, there we go. Okay.
Eros instead of Koronzon, but yeah, close enough.
Yeah, close enough. She is an Inugami anyway.
Yeah. Do demons in the backline get experience without Watchful in this game?
No, they also do not get any Analyze, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna use that for a couple things. We want to carry that over to a very specific demon for a bit later in the run. So fusing that now is quite important. This is where the encounters can actually start killing me if they are feeling like it. It's not super common, but it can happen. And again, mainly pyro check because of the fire weakness. We hit the switch and that lets us use the elevator again. Because for some reason nobody wants to use elevators here, so they always keep the generators non-functioning for some reason. Yeah, that encounter looks like a pyro check. That's very scary. Luckily, they did not get to act first, though. And we are now approaching the sector boss of this area, who we already met. It's Mithras, who is not very happy about our little excursion into his home. As long as we don't die here. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So Mithras is particularly nasty boss at this point in the game because he has access to Mabufudine.
That's very early.
It is very early, yes, and he hits pretty hard. And that is kind of why we wanted Shisa, because Warcry just makes this a lot easier for us. Mithras has 1.2k HP, and he has another special gimmick that he does every 5th turn, kind of similar to what Morax did with Gehenna. So we're gonna Warcry, Rakunda, Tarukacha, keep buffing, debuffing, all that good stuff. And there's Mabufudine. Hits for 70. That's not what we want to see.
Rather rough.
Yes, so we have Media on Inugami. It's fine after we get our 2 Warcries up. That's double. Oh, that's yeah. All right.
Oh,
that's the only thing that can kill me, basically. That's the instant
Double
reset.
Mabufudine.
Yeah. The problem with that is that I cannot heal both Eros and Shisa, so if double Mabufudine happens, one of the demons is gonna be guaranteed to die. And at that point, it's faster to reload than trying to revive him, doing any of that nonsense.
Yeah, if you'd gotten your second Warcry out first, maybe, but
Yeah. I don't have high enough agility for that, unfortunately, on Shisa, but that's a much better start. Inugami getting punched in the face is pretty trivial compared to Mabufudine spam, so I'd say we're good to go here. Yeah, do another recruit. Okay. So Mithras is weak to Garu. We only have 1 force user here, but we're gonna be using him to generate co-ops and also farm, analyze on Shisa and Inugami, both of whose essences we eventually want. Actually, this kind of annoying, but I wanted to chakra drop my Shisa there, but I have to heal. Ouch.
yeah, you can see how powerful Demon Co-op is. Like the Garu is hitting for like 25, and the Co-op is hitting for 60.
Yeah, we're gonna be using
So
tier 1.
Damage.
We're actually gonna be using tier 1 spells for the entirety of the game, basically, because co-ops are that strong. Need to be a bit careful here. I'm gonna sacrifice one of my beads. I luckily have 2 of them, so that makes this a bit easier. This is another fight where calculating damage is not super important. Let's finally do the chakra drop. And on the next turn, Mithras is going to use his unique attack called Light of Order. Oh, he did it now. Okay, I cannot count. I thought it was turn 5. That is bad, but let's try and recover that. I have a revival bead, so I need him to be alive to get more of the demon analyze. That should be fine. So what Light of Order does, it targets the character with the lowest magic and instant kills them. So what's supposed to happen is that we swap in Naga to tank that hit basically. Which I did not do because I cannot count turns. That's fine. Ideally, Shisa doesn't immediately die? Okay.
Okay,
That's
all
fine.
right.
We should be fine here. Just need to keep him alive. At least for a little while longer. Yeah, you're also gonna be running out of... this is kinda scuffed because... Well, let's see. I'm at a point where I can just say screw Shisa, screw you Inugami, and just look forward to trying to win the fight. They should have enough analyzed by this point, so I'm not too worried. Hopefully keep both of them alive for one more hit. After that they can be removed from active duty. Right, that's good enough for me. Well, actually, maybe they can just... I guess keeping more targets up would be better than returning early, if they can survive. One more turn, maybe. Right, okay, that's fine. They don't need the EXP from this fight anyway, so it's fine. I don't know how much HP Mithras has left because I didn't keep count, but I should be pretty good here to win. Okay, good enough.
Easy.
Very scuffed Mithras fight, but good enough. Let's see if my arrows analyzed. Okay. That's all that matters. Everybody's analyze was done, so I'm not worried anymore. Got the Inugami source because he has Watchful. So he leveled up in our stock. So you can see we've used Inugami and didn't give him any EXP, and he leveled full level just from Watchful EXP. So that's very good. It's a very good passive skill in this game. So we claimed Mithras's Rosetta Stone, and that lets us go through another quantum tunnel to the next sector. Yeah, so this is Karina. It's a giant mall. That's also very weird. So now we have gone through a war-torn battlefield, red light district, and now we are in a giant shopping mall, because this is the strange journey, not the ordinary journey, so...
Almost as like they might be referencing something from Abrahamic mythology, like associated with the number 7.
Okay, so this is where we get rid of our fusion accident chance, so everybody can rejoice. No more accidents ever, which this run didn't have any, so that's good. Gonna sell a bunch
I
of
took
my
all
stuff.
the accidents in my 4A run. I ended up with 5 accidents in that run.
Oh, you ended up with 5. Oh, that's
Actually, it was
that's
5 or 6. At the end of the run, I fused a gnome, accidented, got mad, deleted it, and then fused another one, accidented again.
Oh no, that's really
Pretty
really
great.
rough. Goblin, Hasso, Sandman.
Thank
So
you
you
for the
can
raid,
see-
and thank you for the good luck.
Yeah, like Urtus is only like... It costs you 1k to get him, and he's an element from the compendium, like straight up.
That's really cheap.
It is really cheap, yeah. Where's my Azumi? So here's Momonofu. He's really good. He's also a demon with resist fizz. And as we have already established, Resist Fizz is very good in this game. He also has access to Charge, which is the ability that boosts your next physical damage skill by 2.5 times. This game Concentrate and Charge work differently though than in, as far as I know, differently than any other game, where they only will work on the next turn, so you need to use your Charge and then your physical attack on the next turn, otherwise the effect goes away.
Oh, Charge actually wears off in this game on its own.
Yeah, you need to use it on the next turn. So you can't just, charge and wait for 10 turns and then use it. That's something very unique to Strange Journey, and I think that's a pretty good way of balancing that skills. Because Concentrate, it's still OP in this game as well, but it's really strong in every other SMT game as well, so having some sort of restriction on it is a good choice. So now me and my best buddy, Momonofu, are gonna be walking around the mall. And since we both have Resist Fizz, I am not really scared. There's only one enemy here that can even damage me, basically. There's one demon that uses CO here, I believe, and I don't even know what demon that is. Everything else basically uses physical attacks, so I am not too worried. So while we are exploring the mall, we come across this weird energy signal again. Could that be the demon of this sector? Maybe.
Good old dark rooms.
Yeah, we are on a high-tech mission through a giant black hole, but we don't have a flashlight. It is what it is. You can get apps to get rid of this darkness, but since this is a speedrun, we don't go the extra effort to get them. So we are gonna be navigating through the darkness for a lot of these areas. So there's a giant ship here. And a giant pig on the ship. Buono. So this is Horcus. Horcus has fused itself with the I believe this ship is the Elf. So this is the ship that Zelenin was on. So he has fused itself with the plasma shield of that ship, so he cannot be damaged currently, so we're gonna be relying on our science team to come up with a solution. Because he's another demon that has the Rosetta Stone that we need to advance to the... Actually, I keep calling it Rosetta Stone, but it's not a Rosetta Stone, it's just a Rosetta. Rosetta Stone is something different entirely. But anyway, we come across our favorite angel once again. And he tells us that he might have a solution to our Horcus problem. That sounds pretty cool. We're gonna trust Master again. So we're gonna give him 2 of our demons that we will never get back. And in return, he's gonna give us a item. Known as the Shibboleth. And we'll bring this back to our science team and they hopefully can make some sort of weapon out of it. So you basically need to give Mastema a lady and a wilder at this point to make the Shibboleth. Any wilder and lady work, so we gave him Hathor and Chuyan. Giving Hathor is fine. She was just fused for this specific purpose. And the added benefit of Hathor was that she had Media and Dia for on-the-field healing in the last sector. And Chuyan is basically the lowest level Wilder, I believe, outside of Inugami. So, just a convenient fusion. Because we don't want to sacrifice our Inugami to Mastema. That would be very bad. And so we got the weapon.
Buster.
Yes, like Irving lovingly dubbed it as the Hawkus Buster. So we're gonna take it out for a test drive. So, we'll walk to the same area that we just visited again. This darkness has a pretty decent chance of spawning a Sudama, which would be preferable, because I can actually talk that away, but... no such luck. I believe Flame is also spawns here. Oh, that's fine. I don't know why I sounded so panicked. Fear does nothing.
It doesn't stop you from running away.
No.
Oh, and it's a temporary ailment as well.
Yes. All ailments in this game are temporary.
Oh,
Except
nice.
for stun and poison. Everything else is temporary. Oh, there's the CO user. Yeah. I don't. No. Please. My hubris. I said I was safe. Okay, maybe I should save, just in case. Yeah, so there's like
Please
one
do.
demon that uses Sionga here, and that's like a little bit scary. So we fired the Horcus Buster, and it had some type of effect on Horcus, but it is not enough. So now Jimenez basically says that the strength of humanity is enough and attacks him with conventional weapons, and it did not work. So we basically let Horcus get away here because of Jimenez's pride of not wanting to rely on angels. Very on brand for Chaos alignment rep. Luckily, we get another signal, and that's where we will be heading. But before my hubris gets me killed, I'm gonna be saving here.
Yay.
Unfortunately, I have no way to heal my demons because I gave away my Hathor to Mastema, so we're just kinda hoping to not die here. If I have enough money, I can use the sick bay on the ship once I get back to it.
You get
But
charged
first-
to use this big bay on the ship.
Yeah, it's... in Redux, healing is free. In this game, you have to pay a fee.
The heal points make sense, but the sick bay on your ship.
This is a real SMT game. You don't get any free healing.
Yeah.
Bueno. And he ran away again. So this sector basically consists of running around a giant mall looking for a large big demon who is fused together with a ship. This is truly a strange journey,
Indeed.
or as someone might call it, it might even be a bizarre adventure. But okay, we get back to the ship now, and we get access to Search B, which lets us get through more power. There's basically like a hierarchy of item sub-apps. So we already had Search A, which allowed us to get through certain types of hidden doors, but now we get an upgrade to it. No, sorry, Unlock B. Like I said, I always mess that up. But now that we have a unlock B, I'm gonna take a quick detour to Antlia. This is very important. This lets us get one of the best sub-apps in the entire game. For speedrun purposes anyway. On casually you might not want to get this one even if you want to get EXP from random encounters, because now we're gonna get enemy lullaby, which basically just reduces the encounter rate. So for speedrunning, it's very nice.
It reduces it by a lot, right?
Yes, it basically cuts the encounter rate. I don't actually know, but it cuts it by more than half. So from here on out, like, encounters become decently rare. We're still gonna get them, but like...
It works regardless of enemy level, right?
Yeah. So basically, we can just explore any area from here on out with reduced encounter rate, so it's very good.
That's generally not how it works in most Mega 10 games. You can only remove lower level encounters.
Yeah, I'm very happy with how that works, because this game has a lot of territory to explore, so if we had a higher encounter rate for all of it, it would be pretty painful. But yeah, that's why we also did Pixie side quest, because now that we healed the injured Pixie in the floor below, she's gonna be transforming into a high Pixie and start building her little fairy commune over here. And we're gonna give one of our fairies to her. That's our goblin, so rest in peace, goblin. And in return, she's gonna give us a Foma that we will need to make enemy lullaby. So if you continue this quest line, it gives you access to one of the better armors in the game, known as the fairy armor, but we're gonna be rocking with our trusty old survivor vest until the end of the game, with a couple exceptions. So our gear is basically our first fusible armor, or first craftable armor rather, and first craftable gun that we have as a default, so we're not really upgrading our gear too much in the beginning of the run. So go to the lab, get the sleeping stone, and make a sub enemy lullaby for 8,000 maka. It's a bit expensive, but it's worth it. I also have money left over. I have money left over, so I'm gonna make use of our ship's facilities and pay 1,000 maka to our doctor crew.
885 maka.
Yeah. To our own crew, that's insane. How can they treat us like this? We're supposed to do the same thing. Yeah. So because we got the unlock B earlier, we have now access to a separate section of this sector. Okay, my game is a bit lagging a little bit. Okay. I think that got rid of it. But before we go after Horcus, I'm gonna pick up a couple good items. So we get a Soma drop here, we also get a bead chain, and a couple of revival beads. So this game just really loves throwing... Wait, no, we don't get a bead chain here. We get a bead chain later, I believe, but that's still a lot of money. Get a Soma drop that sells for 2,250, and then also we get 3,000 maka, so just a lot of money on the ground. Not even that far out of the way. It's definitely worth picking it up. There's a hidden door. This is a bit weird because we don't get energy signal from the Horcus, even though he's here. We just have to kind of stumble into him through a hidden door. In the earlier sections, we would always get like the energy reading of the Rosetta on the map to make it easier to find him. But there we go, there's the bead chain. So we just... Yeah, we just progress through the game and the game just gives us a bead chain, because why not? And now we get the energy reading again. And Horcus has just moved into a nearby room. So we're gonna use the Horcus Buster again. But this time it's actually gonna be successful and he's gonna get separated from the plasma shield of the ship. Well, the entire ship broke, so... We're gonna search through the remains of what's left of the elf, basically, at this point. And I don't actually remember, do we find anything from here? I assume we do. It's a Foma. No, it's a radio. Okay, now we got the radio. I think I said I got the radio in the first area, but that was a lie. That was something else. But now we got the radio, so we can actually finally contact the UN joint project. Although the stipulation about that is that it only works for like 10 minutes at a time. So we can finally contact Earth again. So we're just telling about all the weird stuff that has been happening. And suddenly the Schwarzwald has increased by a lot. It's looking pretty dire for humanity as the Schwarzwald keeps getting bigger and bigger. It has almost swallowed Antarctica whole by this point. So there isn't much that joint project can do for us at this point, since we're still stuck deep inside the Schwarzwald. And we meet this weird lady whose name is Louisa Fur, so that's weird. I wonder who that is. Why is there a random lady in our ship, and why is her name awfully familiar sounding?
What a mystery.
Truly. And also Horcus attacks us. He tries to eat our ship. And we don't like that. So we're gonna chase after him. And we get introduced to a new type of sub-app that we will need to follow him. Because he's gonna escape through this space teleporter thing, but he's also gonna drop a Foma, which is very kind.
He drops one of his hoops.
Yeah.
Just moving your foot as you run away.
Yeah, basically. And that Foma is what we need to use that space scanner, so that's very convenient. Otherwise he would have permanently run away from us. Also, while I'm here, I'm gonna sell some items for money, because we do need to do some fusions in a little while. And for that I need some money. Sell my pixie knife that I got from a quest. Bead chain. I'm gonna sell all of my revival beads, why not? And a summer drop. So these space scanners kind of put you into a different sanctum, basically. So now we're in this weird kind of space that is isolated from the outside world.
You can tell because the walls are green. I mean, greener than these walls.
Exactly. We're just gonna be traversing through these new areas that we have no access to. Looking to find Horcus again. Buono. We heard a sound of another space scanner activating, so that must be where he is as well. Hey, I know that demon. Yeah, there's another hidden door here. Another space scanner here. I'm just trying to remember where to... Oh, here. Wait. No, I am... Oops, too far. I was a bit confused. I need to pick up this item before I continue. Couple beads is... they're actually pretty good for as just usable items for healing, since this game does have the item priority, which we talked about before. So any type of healing item is good.
Item priority just means if you use an item, you will always act before the enemy.
Right. And we'll get a magic mirror from here that sells for 7.5k, so that's a pretty hefty sum of money. Magic mirrors by themselves aren't super useful in this game, so being able to sell them for high prices is kinda nice.
Are they single target in this game?
No, they're full party.
Oh, then I'm surprised they're not useful.
Yeah, just the way magic works and what kind of spells the enemies use in this game just isn't super useful. A lot of bosses also just null the element that they attack with as well, so reflecting the damage back to them wouldn't really be helpful because they would just, you know, null it. I'm trying to think if there would be any boss where... Oops, I should have gone one floor down. I forgot to go down. I'm trying to think if there's any bosses where a magic mirror would specifically be useful. Also, I think just like magic mirrors in general in this game would reflect less damage than... This game does have a lot of... Like, this game... Your reflect damage is very high, but I believe magic mirrors would also deal a bit less damage than your demon's regular reflect. But yeah, basically we're just gonna be collecting items. These Tetra stones are very important for a boss later on. But now I should have everything that I need except for one more item, which is over here. Not too far out of the way, because this is where we need to go anyway. There's a summon stone here that sells for 10,000. So very valuable item.
10,000, wow.
Yeah, I would love to keep this for a specific fight, but it's too valuable to not sell.
That's way too much money to pass up.
Yeah. Like Harpy. Keep buying this stuff. So here we're just gonna prepare for the Horcus fight, because we're gonna be doing that next. We make the everyone's favorite snake demon. Well, he's not actually he's an anteater, but his race is snake, is what I meant. I am aware that he is in fact not a snake. And we're also going to be making... yeah. Special Fusion, High Pixie. Oh, no, too far. Equip the full neutral party as always, because neutrality is the best until we get to the point where alignment is not that important anymore. In general, neutral demons are the strongest throughout the game, so for co-op purposes, you kinda want to have access to the neutral demons. It makes just getting those sources from Demon Analyze a bit easier, and they're just stronger overall than the Chaos or Law demons until later into the game. Oh, this is Horcus. He has a gimmick again on the 5th turn. There's a trend, if you have noticed, a lot of bosses having some kind of gimmick that they do every 5 turns. It's truly peculiar as well. But yeah, Horcus is weak to fire. This fight isn't very difficult. You just keep... Oops, I'm getting ahead of myself. Get some buffs up, keep hitting him with fire. The counting damage helps for this fight, so I'm gonna try and do that somewhat. It's a bit difficult when I'm also trying to commentate, but I'll do my best. Basically what we want to happen is we're just gonna wait for him to summon a smaller piggy. And so what he tries to do is he summons a piggy, then he eats that piggy to heal himself. But there's another thing with this little piggy that we can exploit. We're just gonna keep attacking Horcus, and then we're gonna try and land a mute on the small piggy. Because what happens when Horcus eats that pig is that if there's an ailment on the pig, it will also transfer onto Horcus himself. So now that is...
It's a pretty interesting mechanic. It's
yeah,
kind of cool.
So he has been muted. I don't really have to do anything right now. I'm just gonna defend. I'm in no hurry. And now Horcus is muted, and now this fight is trivial. So first of all, we get High Pixie over here. Get my buffs up. And then from here on out, we're just gonna keep punching him. He's also weak to electric, so High Pixie can now help us with that. And we get a lot of analyze from doing this, obviously, because we're exploiting his weaknesses every turn. At this point, he can't really do anything anymore. He can basic attack, but since we have resist fizz armor, we are really safe at this point. Alright, and to the victor goes the spoils. Again, MC is the one who gets all of the EXP. Do this a couple more times and it should go down.
It's very powerful in this game to be able to get effectively 4 times as much experience from every boss, since most of the time your demon's levels don't matter too much, because you can just use new ones off of MC's level.
this gets us to level 29 from 22, so it's 7 levels from this fight alone on MC. And a lot of analysis has been done. But we're not really even over leveled because Horkus himself is level 28, so we're just catching up on EXP by doing this. The game expects you to do a lot of fighting, but you can, if you funnel all the fights like this, you can basically stay on the level curve, but you're not gonna get yourself over leveled if you do minimum fights and funnel the EXP. So we're not really even over leveled at this point, we're just basically on the level curve like we're supposed to be. And now, since we have the Rosetta of this sector, we can move on to the next one. And Bugaboo is just hanging out on the ship, but Selenin basically chastises Jimenez for keeping demons because demons are bad and she's the low alignment rep. So she has to complain about it.
Keeping demons right now because we use them for fighting, so that's really weird.
Yeah, well, she refuses to use demons. That's kind of her character. She uses angels that Mastema gave her instead.
Which are the same thing?
No, they're angels. No, don't. No, let's not go there. Demons are demons, angels are angels. There's a big difference. So now we arrived at the new sector Delphinus, and there's a bunch of trash on the ground here. Just piles and piles of garbage. And also, Commander Gore's corpse that we have been keeping safe after he died has disappeared. So we have a corpse on the loose. But before we can... I'm just gonna heal. It's fine. Go to the lab, get more money. I need about 40k here. So let's just get rid of some items. One magic and attack mirror combined for 15k, summon stone for 10k, and I'll sell only one amethyst sword and keep the other one. I have enough money. That's good. That's not the correct demon. Now I can get rid of my Inugami. We're gonna fuse a couple Chaos Aligned demons because we do want... They have a couple good sources that we do want. And also we're gonna want to make Virtue because we might need Recarm in this area. We don't really need Virtue's source or anything, but Recarm is good. And also he learns Mahama and Hamaon. Well, not learned them, but he already has them, which are good for one specific fight. But yeah, as you can see, most of our money is gonna go into the compendium. Even though the compendium is very cheap, we're just gonna be buying a lot of demons. So now, Momonofu, Azumi, Incubus. So this is our Chaos Aligned party, and I'm gonna do a save to save here before we do the next fight. There's an optional quest here that we will do. We're gonna talk to Dent here before we explore this sector. And there's a side quest where he basically asks us to take care of a demon who has inhabited the toilet of our ship. That's weird. What kind of demon is in our toilet? That is very weird. Well, turns out it's the god of the toilet himself, Mr. Kanbari. And we need to defeat him. He is weak to Fizz, so he's very good for farming and allies with our just autoing, basically. He uses Tetrakarn, which is a little bit annoying. Sometimes this fight goes well, and sometimes I get hurt, like here, just in case. hopefully try to keep everybody alive if I can. Also, that can happen because Incubus has a Incubus. In his basic attacks can put demons to sleep. So when he reflects damage onto himself, he can also put himself to sleep. But that fight went really well. So yeah, we got all of our analysis done here, which is the point of doing this. We don't really care about anything else. Just the cheap analysis for Chaos Demons is very easy to farm here. So we'll do that quickly. And now we are good to explore Delphinus. Okay, first though, I want to change my party because I don't need these guys anymore. So this sector introduces us to another type of movement gimmick. In the last sector we got introduced to those dark hallways that you can't see anything in, and this sector introduces us to conveyor belts, basically. So these are just these kind of areas that when you step onto them, they push you towards a certain location. That's kind of the gimmick of this sector. At least the early part of it. Gonna use these to navigate here and grab myself another bead chain. This is another bead chain that I'm not gonna sell. I'm gonna actually be using this for an upcoming fight. Not in this sector though, but I'm gonna keep it for the next sector. We got a call from Zelanin a minute ago, where she kinda asked us to help her with some demons, so we're gonna be heading over there now. Make a safety save because this upcoming fight can be particularly nasty. And I'm just waiting for the day that my Hama instant kills all 4 of these guys, because it's gonna happen one day and then I'm gonna be sad. Because this is a fight where I need to funnel EXP not onto MC, but to Momonofu and Incubus. So killing all of them with one Mahama here would actually be kinda bad. We're gonna try and get these Nues muted. Ghoul is weak to Hama. Well, that's not good.
That's cool.
Got Mudoed out of existence. That's fine. Okay. That's fine. Let's try and get this instant kill to land. Okay. Since my... Wait, actually. Let's get my Momonofu here. You can recarm Incubus and you can defend. So I do want my Incubus back here. Okay. So once Nue gets muted, he has a gimmick where he targets the enemy with the lowest current HP, so I don't want my Incubus to die. I'm just gonna heal him to full, and I'm just gonna try to get this Nue down. And once Incubus is at full HP, it's very trivial, because now the lowest HP character will be Momonofu the entire time, who has resist fist, so I can just auto without worrying about my demons dying. And that gets us Incubus and Momonofu Source. And we're just gonna keep exploring this sector. So we get a couple Rosetta readings here, I believe. And that's kind of weird, because up until this point, all the Rosetta readings have been happening from like sector boss demons. So it's kind of weird that we're having a hard time locating a Rosetta demon of this sector. Then Bugaboo happens to be here, who wants us to follow him. And it turns out Jimenez has gone completely crazy. He's able to stop himself from attacking us, but it's pretty clear that something has happened to him. And we return to the Red Sprite to devise some sort of plan on how to proceed. All of our crew members actually, well, not all of them, but a lot of them have started fighting against each other. So now our very smart scientist Selenin is gonna put 2 and 2 together, and she basically says that this reminds her of something that happened in Sector Boots earlier with Norris, with the human experimentation that was going on there. Oh, that's a pretty good hint. So we should probably go and take a look at if we can find something in Sector Boots that could help us with curing our crew members. Importantly, we go to the lab though to get Gate Search B, because otherwise we can't go where we want to go. I have never forgotten to do this, not even once. No, no, no.
I believe you.
As you should. Oh, here's Mastema again. Hi, Mastema.
Guy must be stalking us or something.
Pretty much. We basically spin a theory about searching the mansion for clues about the rage virus thing that has been happening among the crew members, and it basically just says, yeah, that's a good idea. So we're just gonna go and take a look at what we can find.
This game really loves this mansion. You gotta walk through it a lot.
Yeah, this is not even the last time. We will be back. Actually, now if I got Maka beamed, I would be a bit sad. I probably should have saved before coming here, but surely something like that wouldn't happen to me.
Ah, you'll be fine.
Oh. Wrong way. So this is what you need Gate Search B for. We're basically now on the top floor of this mansion. And the game is going to gift us with another B chain. Actually, three of them, actually. Yeah. Game just gives you a lot of B chains. Some money as well. And we meet Mastema here once again. And we also find a Foma called the Madman Stone, which presumably is something that was used in the human experimentation. And that is something that we want to take to the lab in hopes of it being a clue to some kind of cure that we could use to treat the crewmen. And this little shortcut with the unlock B brings us right next to Mithras' chamber. So we can use this shortcut to use the terminal to leave. So we don't have to luckily walk all the way back. So now we just bring that to the lab and let these wonderful people work on some sort of cure or device. And they come up with something called the MK gun, which is, as it sounds, a gun. And the idea behind it is that if we shoot it shoots non-lethal rays, basically, that hopefully gets... The working theory basically is that our crew members are infected with parasites. So supposedly this weapon cures them, and it does. We tested out on the sickbay members who have been infected. And now, since the weapon is confirmed to be working, we can head over to Jimenez and attempt to cure him as well. Now that we have Gate Search B, we can also use this nice little handy shortcut so we don't have to go all the way around again. And Jimenez is still here, just waiting. He didn't, luckily he didn't wander off anywhere while we were searching sector boots. And we attempt to cure him, but Bugaboo gets in the way. But we still manage to do it, and luckily Bugaboo is also fine. So we escort him back to the ship for monitoring in the sick bay. So basically Jimenez is going to be out of commission for the entirety of this sector, so it's just me and Jimenez, not Jimenez, Zelenin for the rest. Yep. So, okay, Nozuchi and Naka makes a flamis. Double element fusion gives you access to Mitamas. Mitamas in this game works the same way as in Nocturne, where they give a stat boost to the demon that they get used on. One additional benefit in this game is that if you combine a Mitama with a demon and also use a source, you have more customizability with your demons. You can use the Mitama and then use a demon source, and that will let you choose skills not only from the Mitama but also from the demon source itself. So it's a very handy way of customizing your demons further, and we're gonna be using that for a few upcoming fusions. Aura Mitama also gives you boost in your strength and all in your agility. So you can, based on that information, you can kind of guess that we're gonna make a physical attacker perhaps in a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, also the fact that you went out of the way to get charge and a Momonofu source.
Right. So these weird, curious red orb boltings are something that was treated with the MK gun and they escaped the crewmen. So these are the parasites that we were trying to get rid of. And now that we find a lot of weak Rosetta readings all over the sector. So this is a bit, this is kind of like different from what we know so far about the way the Schwarzwald works. Instead of one large Rosetta reading, we get a bunch of small ones. And these guys have last resort, so they just blow themselves up after they take a certain amount of damage.
Thankfully, it doesn't do a huge amount of damage. It's not gonna one-shot you.
Yeah, well, we also use Warcry Rakukache. If you didn't buff yourself, you would take a lot of damage. But yes, it's quite convenient that they don't do a huge amount of damage. Another convenient thing about these enemies is that they all have elemental weakness. It changes depending on which fight you're doing. But if there's an elemental weakness, that means there's a good way of farming analyze. Now these red balls are weak to ice, so we're gonna be farming a little bit of analyze from this fight. So the goal here is to just get 9 co-ops and then desummon the demons, which shouldn't be too difficult. The strength of the magic attack does not matter, as long as we can just use like Mabufu, do 9 damage, but it still counts for the co-op. So even weak attacks are good for this.
If you use Mabufu, you get the added benefit of the co-op hitting both enemies.
That does not actually make a difference for the analyze, funnily enough. It's the same as if you use Bufu or Mabufu.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it just counts like one co-op is like, you get the benefit from that. But Mabufu is still slightly better because then the co-op targets both enemies, and that's preferable. But you could use Bufu for this just as well, and it wouldn't be any different. Now that that is done, time to funnel all of the sweet EXP onto MC. That's the first one blown up. And the second one as well. And there's the Aquans and Aramitama fully analyzed. And now that we're high enough level, finally, we can start fusing some pretty good demons here. So this is where we kinda get a pretty big power spike. Just the demons that we can fuse are pretty good. So we first make a level 30 Black Frost, and with Incubus Source, we want Endure Bifidine, Maraki Acid Breath, which we do have. Wonderful. Black Frost is very good in this game.
Acid Breath is 2 Raccoondas, so 2 defense debuffs in 1 action.
Yes. That's how it works in this game. Fourth. Wait, what was I doing? I'm blanking out. What am I doing? I was looking at the wrong thing, I believe. Yeah, I was supposed to fuse them, not summon them. What am I doing? Getting a bit ahead of myself. And I felt like something did not seem right. Yeah. And now we make the physical attacker that I alluded to earlier. So where's my Nasuchi? That's Makami. And we want to give him the Yinugami Source, so we want Resist Fizz, Watchful, Axle Claw. Resist Fizz, Axle Claw, Watchful, which I actually did already have, but I accidentally removed it. That's fine. Let's try to... Also no Lunge, because Lunge can mess up the... Lunge can mess up the skill routing pretty badly, so I don't want that. But yes, Resist Fizz would be very good to get.
That Lunge, yeah.
Yeah. If I can't get the skills, then I can skip using Resist Fizz, but I would definitely want that if possible. Here we go.
Nice.
And now we're gonna Makami plus Aramitama and Momonofusaurus. And now we just get the same skills, but also Charge and Berserker God. There we go. That makes one very strong long boy.
using Mikami for strong physical attacks is somewhat interesting, because it's generally not his role in other games.
And for good measure, we're gonna give him... Yep.
Mitamas are fairly expensive from the compendium, right? That's why you're
Yes.
refusing one instead of buying
Mitamas
it?
are Mitamas are expensive, so you kind of do want to fuse them when you instead of just buying them straight up. But elements are cheap, so it's not really a big deal, because then you can
Yeah, just buy 2 elements, fuse
Yeah.
them together.
yeah, exactly. Okay.
Thank you for the good luck. So far, so good with this run. It's not been too bad.
So we're just gonna go to this fight with 3 demons. We don't care anymore. Makami and Black Frost is all that we need. At least for the fights where we don't want to get analyzed from, or we don't need analyzed from. So this one Berserker card is enough to one-shot one of these guys, so pretty strong.
Yeah, you can see how strong that was. Like, previously we're hitting for like sub 100 damage with our attacks, and then there that just did like almost 600.
Yeah. It's just charge is good, and Berserker God is also very strong physical skill this early in the game. I believe it's like base power of 190 or something, which is a lot. Like Bufula or some second tier magic is like 130. So Fizz kind of gets some compensatory buffs here because they can't trigger co-op, so they need to be a bit stronger for the game balance to make sense. Also, here's Commander
Small
Gore.
flashing light. Sorry,
Yeah.
small flashing light warning when he's walking around with that status effect. And yeah, Commander Gore is apparently alive.
Yeah, so Commander Gore's walking corpse is here, and he talks about some cryptic stuff that we don't really understand. Okay, so now let's get Makami. This is where we need to level up a couple of our demons to get their demon resources. So Goblin and Ertus, oh, that doesn't work even. Okay. I don't think I have a way of curing that. Pretty sure nothing. I don't think Posumuri works on that. I can try, just because I don't want that to be on the screen. No. I have one Amrita soda, but that's worth 5k, so I'm not using that for.
Yeah.
It's a bit too much.
So yeah, apologies for the green flashing.
Yeah, I'll get to a heal terminal pretty quick though, so this is not gonna last too long.
Unfortunately,
But
even if you let yourself run out of MP, it will still keep flashing the screen
Yeah.
green.
It is very stupid. Even at 0 MP, you will still get this effect and it won't go away. So we are stuck with this until I reach the next heal point. Probably should take a safety save as well. So we got the demon analyst down for Ertus and Goblin way early in the first sector, but we never got the sources because this is not Redux, so we actually have to level them up as well. So that's what we plan on doing, but I think this encounter might be scary. Let's see if gun damage works well for this. These are Kamazot's enemies, I believe, and I think I shouldn't even be fighting this. Yeah, that does not work well. Okay, lesson learned. This might... Yeah, let's run away. I should have taken that fight in the area with no darkness. I was not I was on autopilot, so I wasn't thinking. And I don't have any healing either, so this is just great. Where am I? I'm so confused about it. Okay, there we go. That's fine. I'll get to the heal terminal soon, so it's okay. But yeah, to get these sources again, we need to level Urtis and Goblin up, so that's what we're trying to do. But yeah, you don't want to take those fights in the darkness. I was just not thinking. Because Kamazots has Resist Fizz, I believe, and Reflect Gun. And that's like all that our Inugami has to actually deal... Not Inugami, Makami has to deal any sort of damage to them, so... It's not really reasonable to try and fight them. We would prefer to find some weaker enemies. Although I'm a bit worried now because I'm gonna get an encounter and I can't heal, so let's hope for the best.
Really, Makami can just one-shot it? Let's hope.
Yeah, hopefully. Nope.
Nope.
Goodbye, cruel world.
Damn.
Oh, well, that's...
Oh, that's pretty bad.
Okay, that's fine. I might need to walk around to get those encounters. I'm getting... I should have handled this a bit cleaner, but that's... It is what it is.
Can you quickly remove the encounter lowering app, or does that require you to beat the ship?
You can do that if you are at the terminal. So I could do it now if I wanted to, but I'm not gonna do that. At least yet.
It's not worth it.
Yeah, I'll do that if things get sketchy enough that I need to, but I still have time to level these guys up. So I'm gonna be optimistic and hope that I get some decent encounters. But yeah, all my homies hate Kamazots. Especially if you've played DDS1. I wonder if I can make it to the next well-lit area. No, I don't think I can. I think I need to take this encounter here. It shouldn't take too long to spawn. A surprise attack? But I have the sub app. How can you do this to me? Okay, we're fine. Just Axel Claw and these guys can defend.
Not enough MP. Nice.
Yeah. Diorama. Okay. That's enough for Goblin and Urtus to give me their swords. And now I'm gonna switch in the next demons to be farmed. One is gonna be Shiza and one is gonna be High Pixie. So yeah, these random encounters are just for catching up on the... Wait, wrong way. Just for catching up on my demon sources that I couldn't get earlier, even though the analysis was already done. But this is just purely for EXP. I always try to turn around there for no reason. I can't for the life of me remember which on which side the stairway is. Maybe someday I will remember it. These switches make the water go a different way. So you hit the switch and then the current of the water stream is the opposite of what it was. These are small puzzles. Okay. More axle clawing. Ow. But luckily, paralyzed in this game is not very scary.
Yeah, it doesn't reduce your accuracy.
Oh, that means Shiza is done, and then I'll just put in my trusty pyro check. I am going to remove that though, because I don't like it. I need one more fight, 2 if I get unlucky. So that should be completely fine. I did go the wrong way. Why did I do that? Well, that's fine because I need to
Yeah.
get encounter here anyway. I'm gonna do that now. Wow, there's a lot of red marks on the map. Very overwhelming. Okay. I don't think this is enough for pyro check. I think this is a pretty unlucky encounter. I'm just thinking if there's a way to de-summon someone, but I don't believe there is. So let's just hopefully kill them. And hopefully that's enough. I don't think it is though. Oh, it is. Never mind.
Nice.
Oh, got all the sources that I needed now. Where's my Black Frost?
Thank you for the good luck, King of Steam. Glad you enjoyed John's run last year. I assume that's one that you're talking about. Yeah, 5 Vengeance from, that must have been the one from last year's.
Yeah, this is another fight where I don't care about getting analyze. I'm just gonna nuke this fight with Makami. So our damage is now already up to 600 because of the extra Aramitama. There's about 10% fluctuation also in like the damage ranges you deal. You don't always obviously deal the same amount of damage.
Yeah, it's pretty normal for most of these games.
And now we do some more fusing. Naga and Azuchi makes another Flamus. And you can probably guess what happens next. Flamus and Urtus makes Aramitama.
This just more strength pumping?
Yes.
Nice.
So Aros and... Oh, wait, no. Not Aros. I'm skipping ahead. Goblin and my Pyro check makes an Aros. So we're gonna make a Nikki Mitama here. That's for that goes on Black Frost, Aros, and Aquans. And this Mitama goes on Black Frost because we want to, for example, here Black Frost has full demon slots, but by giving him a Mitama plus a source, we can give him another skill. Oh, this is why also another reason why Mitamas are kinda... Yeah, Buffalo Endure Acid. No, I need Maragi as well. Hopefully this doesn't take too long. There we go.
It's nice. So both Acid Breath and War Cry.
Yep. And we're gonna be keeping Black Frost around until the final sector. He is kinda that good. We will use him away and we don't use him in every fight, of course, but he is a very good demon in this game. Especially when you build him like as a support bot.
Yeah. He's got really good resistances and a decent MP pool, so he can just spam buffs and debuffs for you.
Right. Well, this is the final encounter with these red blobs that we need to do. These guys are weak to fire, so the plan is to farm some more co-op here for my Aramitama and my Black Frost. Defend. Because Black Frost, you wouldn't believe it, it's a Black Frost after all, but his source has Agidine on it for some reason.
Wow.
I don't know who came up with that, Black Frost source having Agidine, even though Black Frost himself does not have Agidine, but it is how it is. We're not gonna get it. We're not gonna get his analyze fully done here, but it's a good start.
I'm pretty sure he normally has Agidine in most games, because he generally has fire and ice attacks.
I guess that could be true. I haven't actually used Black Frost in that many games, just because it's kind of inaccessible in some of them. But yeah.
I actually don't remember if he has Agidine in 5.
I actually don't either. I know he has Black Draco Strike, Mudon, Ufudine, probably, and Endure. Not sure about
Nice
Agidine.
I think he's got the Draco Strikes in 5. I don't think he has Agidine. He might have Maragian. I think he does have a fire skill, but I don't think it's Agidine. I think he's too low level for that.
Yeah, could be. It's been a while since I've run COC or Vanilla, so I don't remember at all.
Yeah, same.
Alright, pump that strength.
Or strength.
Also, we picked up a new sword a little while ago, so we equipped that. And also put on Ancient Vest to get rid of our fire weakness for the upcoming boss fight.
Does party order matter in this game?
No, it does not, but I like to keep them like consistent. But it does not matter.
Right.
It's based on agility. Hey, now we got the Rosetta reading correctly. Warning, powerful demon detected. I'm gonna save just in case, even though this should be consistent. Quick, nice and easy, consistent kill, but you know, in case it's not.
Yeah, it can always go wrong. I see some big bold writing, equip Kamuto sword and ancient vest. You have my style of note taking, where if you ever forget something, you just bold it and increase the size.
Yeah. So this is Asura. We fight him with... well, we start the fight with 3 demons only instead of 4 for one specific reason, and that is because his AI will never use his special, unique Asura Roga move if you have 3 demons on the field instead of 4, which is very funny. So sometimes if you have 4 demons, he can Asura Roga turn 1, which induces the rage ailment on you, which means you lose all control of your characters. So we just don't want to deal with that. So we let one of our demon slots be empty, and Black Frost reflects Marakidine. And now we can summon Tamlin. Now the next time he will use Asura Roga is scripted on turn 5, which we don't really need to be... We don't need to be worrying about that, because ideally the fight will be over by that point. Okay, so I got another reflect, so I'm doing a bit more damage than I'm used to, so I'm gonna skip using my Bufudine. This is a little bit inconvenient, but it's fine. As long as I don't use Bufudine here, it should be okay. If I use Bufudine, I will overdamage. Okay, that's a triple reflect, so let's just not do that. They should get him very low, but not low enough to accidentally kill him. I should have used another Tarukaja there. That would have been smart. But yeah, now there's Asura Roga, and if it targets MC, my strength-based damage increases, and I lose control. Which is fine, because at this point I don't really care about my character control, because I just want to punch him in the face if I don't die.
As long as he doesn't kill you like that.
Yeah, so I should have used another Tarukaja instead of... Well, that's why we saved.
Yeah.
I should have used another Tarukaja on Tamlin once I saw that I got Marakidined. And that probably would have been enough, because he was less than 100 HP there. I also just missed because this game loves that for some reason, even though I got a lot of points into agility. Even though that's out of no desire of my own. But yeah, let's give that another try. Dying to this guy kinda sucks because there's a lot of talking between each attempt, so this kinda loses you a lot of time. Or rather, more time than you would probably expect. It's fine though. Okay, so another Marakidine reflect. I really don't like it when he does that, but what can you do? Okay, so now, theoretically, I hope that he doesn't use another... Okay, this should be cleaner. I can actually use my Bufudine and lay up the damage correctly, so I don't need to worry about over-damaging. Yeah, so he's very low HP here. Either one sword hit or 2 sword hits will kill him. Should be 1. Never mind, my damage is pitifully low. Oh, he's still alive. That's odd. Really? Okay, I'm running into some unexpected difficulties here. Okay. My damage is a bit off. Can't say that I've had this problem happen before. Okay, I'm gonna count damage this time. Let's see where I end up at. This is one of those fights where you should not need to count damage because of how consistent your damage setup is, but the game is proving me wrong here. I do have one Bufula stone that I can use, but I would rather keep that for later. But if it comes down to it, I can use that to last hit it. Or did I forget to keep... Did I equip the sword, actually? Maybe that's the problem.
You did. You definitely equipped the vest.
Yeah, the vest I equipped because otherwise I would die to Maragidine, obviously, but... Trying to think if I equip the sword or not. I went to the menu at least, so I feel like I did, but so it's 750. It's 960. That's 1,000. Okay. But this should be very close layup. No, it's not that close actually. I feel like I forget something. I'm a bit. Well, let's use the stone. I would prefer to not miss though.
No.
Okay, that was
Okay,
not
we
clean,
got him.
but yeah. I feel like I wonder if that's just a low roll by Makami or if there's something. I don't think I forgot to do anything, but hey, we got Inukami source, which means I can save time by skipping some fusions. Okay, I'm gonna check if I actually have the sword or not, because that damage hitting for 50 is kind of low. Maybe I just have a weird stat spread this run. I don't know. Whatever. Got through that. So now that we have Delphinus Rosetta, we can go to the next sector. But the problem from the story point of view now is that we discovered that the space-time tunnel, quantum tunnels, whatever, Antlia, Boots, Karina, and Delphinus are connected to each other in a loop. So if we would travel like we normally would, we would end up back in Antlia. So we're kind of trapped in a circle here. Luckily, Arthur found some coordinates for something called a vanishing point, which should be the way home. So we kind of just free traveled in the hopes of getting close to the vanishing point, which we did. So this is Sector Eridanus, probably the most notorious of the sectors of this game. And we also contact a joint project who give us their idea of a plan where they plan on nuking the entire Schwarzwald. But the problem is we're still inside the Schwarzwald. Surely they wouldn't nuke the place while we're still inside here, would they? That would be very not cool of them to do. Let's see, where's my... I did equip it. Okay. Can't blame the game. There's something else going on. What is my stat spread looking like? Because... Aha! 23 strength. That would explain it. Okay. That would explain it. Found the culprit. Okay, that's probably the lowest strength that I've had. That's why.
That's kind of pain for the future too. You still need to last hit bosses.
Yes, but for the most important boss fights from here on out, I'll be using magic to do that. There's a couple strength-based boss fights that I need to do still, where I need to last it with strength, but they should be a bit more forgiving than Asura. So it should be fine.
Did you put the survival vest back on?
Yes, I want to have resist fizz again when I'm walking around. My entire party has resist fizz by this point. Also, this is the wrong door. Yeah, so that's the downside of not being able to control your stat spread. You end up in a situation like this where your strength is ridiculously low. Even though this is not a strength build, so we don't necessarily want a lot of strength, but like it's way below average of what it should be by this point. We have a lot of luck and agility, both of which we don't really care for. So, and the odds of getting strength and agility and luck is roughly the same with this build that I have. So it's just a bit unlucky that my strength is so low. But that's just one of those things that comes with this game when you can't control the stats. Luckily, we don't rely on our strength too much. We don't make like elemental weapon or anything like that, like frost cannon or something like we do in the Redux run. So if I had this low strength in the Redux run, I would be a bit more worried. But this is one of the formas that we need. Just sitting here. We don't know what we need it for from the story perspective yet, but we just find it and pick it up. So Sector Eridanus is basically like completely different from any other sector that we've visited so far. A lot of the other sectors have shared some kind of connection to the habits of human consumption or overconsumption or treatment of the planet in some way. But this kind of seems like a utopia almost, so Eridanus is just very different from anything that we've seen inside the Schwarzwald up until this point. Now we have access to the better forma search, which allows us to, like the name suggests, find better forma. And yes, I still need to do a couple. Well, first of all, one surpriser that lowers the odds of surprise attack further, which is very good. But we don't need Hero M1 anymore, so my slots are currently full. And also I want Paracelsus for it makes it so that instead of using the demons level, it uses their current level, so that allows us to make stronger demons via fusion. Actually, I need to go back here.
Oh, like instead of their base level, use their current level when choosing fusion result. That's quite interesting.
Yeah, that's one thing that, generally speaking, does not cause problems or anything like that in this run, but in Redux you might end up in a situation where your fusion result is not what you expect it to be, because your demons are lower level than they're supposed to be if they miss out on EXP or something. That's not something that we need to worry about in this run, but it's a component in the Redux run. One of the most annoying things in that run is at like the end of the game, if one of your demons has not gotten enough EXP, the fusion result will be different. And then you need to either have a backup fusion or you need to grind the missing EXP to make the difference.
Yeah.
But that's a Redux problem, not my problem right now. But since I also run Redux, it's something that I think about. Since this game we don't really care about Demon EXP at any point, because we'll give everything to MC basically, so in Redux you kinda give some EXP to your demons as well. So if they die in a fight, they might end up creating different demons through fusion than you're expecting. Not many such instances, but there's at least one that comes to mind that is fairly common. So here's another Foma that we needed the Foma search B for. Just hidden here. We need this to use one of the teleporters that can be found in Eridanus. And since I got it, him and Zelenin immediately took interest in it and asked us to bring that to her so she can try to get a teleporter to work. So we just decided, yeah, sure, why not? Why not? We can do that. Also, this sector introduces these floor traps that can put you to sleep. They can seem like a pretty harmless gimmick for a dungeon, but they are actually very important for the speedrun later. But I don't want to spoil it too early if somebody is not familiar with what we plan on doing with them. Although, just mentioning that they are important might give it away if you're familiar with the mechanics of this game.
I'm not, so I'm looking forward to seeing what you do with it.
I'm pretty sure you've seen it, you've been in my stream before, but maybe somebody in the chat has not seen it. Anyway, this is... we're gonna open this for later, and then we're gonna climb up. Actually, I should have saved, shouldn't I? Because we're gonna do a fight. The next fight is optional. It's not. It gives you a format that you can use to make some sub apps. I don't remember what those sub apps are, but they're not important for the speedrun. But the reason we do this fight is to level up Black Frost. Since we fully analyzed him, we want his source. So that's what we are planning to do. If I can remember which way am I supposed to go. Is Casfiel on this side? I can never remember. Yes, you are Casfiel, correct?
Nice. Yes,
okay.
Right.
We have resist fists on everybody, so this should be little more than it shouldn't be very trivial fight. I shouldn't be really it should be very trivial fight is what I meant to say. Shouldn't be very difficult fight. I'm gonna heal Makame just in case he gets hit by Garudine. Charge is not scary because we have resist fizz. It was in fact scary.
Kinda scary.
Oh, it hit harder, way harder than I thought. I haven't seen that actually before. We're learning a lot today about this game, aren't we? Do we even have a revival bee?
Did you lose resist fizz on Makami?
I did. Well, that's why. Okay, that's why it's a bit of a problem. I did give it to him though. Okay, he's gonna charge again.
You gave it to him off the initial fusion. Did you
Yeah.
lose it on one of the Army Tama?
Yeah. Oh, you can't summon in this fight. Interesting. I haven't actually. Well, let's just win this, I guess. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. That's not good. Oh, that's fine. It's not such a big deal. I don't really need it for later. And the CXP is only for Black Frost. So this should be...
Oh no.
Well, alright. I'll get the hint, it's fine. Let's try again. Yeah, I must not have noticed about losing the resist fizz in a fusion. That's a careless mistake by me. But it should be okay.
Do we just double Warcry him this time?
Yeah. That is a good idea. And probably defend on the charge turn if that happens again, because
Yeah.
I can now be prepared for that since I know what the problem is. Ow! Don't hit my dog. But yeah, this resist fist is not really used after this fight anymore, so this should be fine as long as I can just win this fight somehow. And I'm pretty confident that I can win it. Shouldn't be a big deal.
Double Warcry should be fine.
Yeah. Yeah, keep doing that. That makes me feel better. Alright. Mahama Stone, wowee. Okay. That should be completely fine. Actually, no, I need to go to the... What am I doing? I need to go to the top floor, because we got the signal that there might be a vanishing point over here. Which is basically what we need to use to get out of here. To get back to Earth. So close. Freedom. Except we get an emergency broadcast to return to the ship immediately. Arthur is spoiled sport. So no vanishing point for us. We'll come back here later. Yeah, so Arthur basically had a sighting or a reading rather of a ship in Carina. That's weird because Blue Jet got destroyed. We are in red sprites. Elv also got destroyed because we blew it up. So could this be the gigantic? Maybe. We need to go and take a look. Although I already said earlier in the run that this is not the gigantic because the gigantic is crash landed in boots. But the characters in the story don't know that at this point. So we'll go take a look. So we'll make contact with the crew of the ship. It is indeed not the gigantic. It is actually an unknown entity to us. It's basically a crew of some private foundations, hired mercenaries, basically. So this man is named Jack. They have basically come to the Swartzwell to look for rare formas to use for technological advancements and to make more money for their employer. So they are just here as a private entity instead of government-backed incursion. So they ask us to cooperate. And since we don't really... We kind of need their help in order to get to the vanishing point. They want us to give them our more advanced Forma search. And to prove that we have more advanced Forma search, they ask us to pick up a couple of the rare Formas found in Sector Eridanus. And after that's done, they will help us with the vanishing point problem to hopefully help us get home. So we agree. We don't actually have that much of a choice because their ship is also more geared towards combat than ours is. So in a straight-on firefight, we would get kind of demolished. So they are not really blackmailing us, at least straight up, but you wouldn't say no because of the implication, right? Because you would not win against them if it came to actually it's the wrong floor. What am I doing? You wouldn't really you kind of try to remain on good terms with them, since we would probably lose if we tried to actually fight them. Yeah, I'll go to this area. Also, now that we met Jack's crew, they had a demon guarding this area earlier, and now that demon leaves and basically lets us use this teleporter, and that expands our territory of Eridanus a bit. And this is the infamous teleporter maze. A lot of people get stuck here for hours trying to find the correct way, but since this is a speedrun, I kind of know where I'm going. So this is gonna take me like 2 minutes instead of the 10 hours that it would take in a casual playthrough. And there's the rare Forma. And there is another rare Forma, so now we need one more Forma for Jack, and then they're gonna be happy. Eridanus is a pretty short sector if you know where you're going, but it is in fact quite kind of difficult to know where you're going if you're doing this for the first time. Oh, this section takes the players a very long time in general. Pick up those Karula stones for later, since we are going with the magic build. They will help us last hit a few bosses down the line. Luck Incense is not that important, but we're about to fight a boss in a little bit that it actually uses a lot of ailments, so potentially useful. And that's the final Forma. So now we can go back to Jack. They basically told us that they would prefer to communicate face-to-face instead of using a radio communication device, so we have to actually walk back to Karina now. Because this game likes to make you run to the areas that you've already visited before. So that's what we're gonna do.
You don't even get to teleport to other save points. You
Yeah,
just gotta walk.
That would be kind of nice feature, but that would cut down the playtime of this game by quite a bit if you could do that. Well, maybe not. You still need to know where to go. It doesn't take that long to just like get to the Jack here, but it's kind of like feels kind of unnecessary when you could just like not do this part. But yeah, it is what it is. So now that we gave them the 3 forms that they requested, they are satisfied, and then they decide to help us with the vanishing point problem. And the first thing that they're gonna do is they're gonna give us the ability to open even more fortified gates. So we basically get unlock C from them, which is needed to get to the vanishing point. So that's where we're going to be heading next. So that's already most of Eridan was done. Now there's just a couple boss fights left and then the sector is over. Although those boss fights, oh man, those boss fights.
They're the
We'll
easiest
see.
boss fights in the game, so it's not really a problem.
Right. These are basically the new player killers that make people quit this game if they get this far. If they enjoy the game enough and get to Eridanus and get through all the Eridanus teleport maze nonsense and take on the sector bosses, this is where a lot of people have had enough with the game. Well, technically the next fight. The first fight is easier, but the second fight is the real bully fight.
It'll be first try.
Surely. A save, of course, because I'm scared, but fusion time. So high pixie quancha. Well, the teleport maze is still a problem in Redux as well, so that wouldn't really... If you want to play Redux and escape the teleporter maze, I got some bad news for you. Okay, so Rakugacha, Tetracha, Rakunda, Agi. Rakugacha, Agi, Tetracha. There's too many skills I can't keep up. Tetracha, Agi. Wait, this is correct already, right? Rakugacha, Tetracha. Yes, no needle rush. Okay, good. Absolutely no needle rush on this guy, or my fusions will get messed up. Okay, so Virtue. And Pyrojack. That should work. Makami, Dominion, Pian, Goblin. Everybody's favorite doppelganger. Rama, Black Frost Source for... There we go. So, Ouroboros. The most unfun fight in... Not even maybe this game, but... I wouldn't maybe say all of SMT, but we're kind of approaching that territory. The first fight with Ouroboros is a bit easier. It's a bit more of a damage check. But the second fight with the Ouroboros is the real pain. You can cheese this fight. So
it's got to be one of the worst ones in SMT speedrunning for sure.
So the funny thing about this fight is that if you confuse his AI by using double Tetraja in one turn, this fight is completely trivial. Which is what we're gonna do. This will make his AI spam Dekunda on every turn from here on out. I don't know why. It just works.
Yeah, that's some real Atlas spaghetti code.
Yeah, I don't know how this run was routed by Nakajima. I have no idea how he came up with this, but this just basically makes this fight a complete freebie. So after every turn he heals for some amount because he's connected to the vanishing point in some way. Just as energy is accumulating, but as long as you deal enough damage, which we will, because everybody is attacking with Aki on the same alignment, so we're gonna get the co-op, you're completely fine. So there we go. He's gonna just do Dekunda for the rest of the fight, except on turn 8. Turn 8 is a scripted disaster cycle, which is his unique ability. However, if all goes according to plan, like it looks like it's going to go, he's gonna be dead before he has any chance of using disaster cycle. Is this fixed in Redux? Yes. But yeah, this is basically the entire fight. So if you had trouble with the first Ouroboros fight, just do this, and it's a free win. Hopefully that miss doesn't let him do a disaster cycle. I haven't been counting turns, but I think next turn is probably when he does his disaster cycle, but he should be dead. I don't think the damage is that close. Okay, cool. This is one of those fights that we don't also funnel, because funneling this would be kinda miserable with the way his healing works. And also we want the EXP on our demons, because that lets us get their sources. We got the Titan source, and we didn't get the Vivian or Kurama source yet, but we will fix that in a moment. Hey, it's Core again, who basically just says that Ouroboros will keep resurrecting. Very ominous. And yeah, there is Ouroboros again. Bigger and scarier than ever. So that did not go according to plan. So our only course of action is to employ the Joestar strategy of running away. And now Jack basically contacts us and tells that there's multiple energy readings around this area. And we figure that, hey, if we destroy these energy readings, then maybe that's the source of Ouroboros' power. And sure enough, after we take care of these energy sources, that will also remove the healing ability from Ouroboros completely. So that is the current plan. Goblin. Also, I just realized that I think I forgot to sell some items, but I had enough money, so that's fine. Anyway. There's a thought, and we give him the watchful. Very important watchful.
Monkey.
Pixie and Hathor make a Tomlin. So why we give Thoth in specifically Watchful? It's because his source has Debilitate, and if you know SMT, you know that Debilitate is kind of a good skill.
Kind of a good skill.
Kind of a good skill.
Does Luster
yes.
Candy exist in this game? Or
It does. It's Luster Candy is kind of in an awkward spot, and that's also one of the reasons why this fight is annoying and like kind of difficult with Ouroboros. Is that this fight is in a very awkward spot game progression wise. It's just at the edge where you would reasonably not be high enough level to get Luster Candy. But this is like one fight where Luster Candy would make your life like way easier. But yeah, you just don't have access to it at this point. In Redux we do, but that's because getting sources in Redux is like easier overall. So it's a bit easier to get access to that. So these energy readings that we saw were basically these small demon encounters. I hate Mandrake. She has very high agility, so missing is expected at this fight. Also, it doesn't help that she's annoying with Shibabu.
In diorama, that's fun.
That's not a big deal though, because it heals so little in this game. Like like overall healing skills in this game are terrible. Like you get access to Mediarama in the 6th sector. Like that's like the expected point of getting it. Maybe in this sector if you really gun for it. And it heals for like 70 HP. It scales for with your magic stat as well, but it's really bad. Like healing is terrible. That's another reason why having MC as your damage, like not having him as a damage dealer is kind of good, because then that frees him up to use whatever healing items you might need. So he's gonna be just throwing out items, basically.
Yeah, there's no healing know-how or other way to get demons to be able to use items, right?
No, there is not. There is a recovery boost, which helps with the healing a little bit, but it's still not enough to be reliable with these sector bosses, which hit very hard. I have 5 bead chains, and I'm allowed to basically use all of these in the next Ouroboros fight if I want. So MC is just gonna be throwing out bead chains left and right, instead of having a demon. Instead of having a demon be our healer, because demons can't heal in this game. Only good healing skills are stuff like the Arahan and Mediarahan, but you don't get access to them until way later. Also, I should use my... Where's my Quancha? Oh yeah, I don't have Quancha in this. It's not Redux, I don't have Quancha. Mixing up the games. That's fine, I have... Where's my poison? Might as well get rid of these as well. So do I have... Tumbling, yeah. Healing is basically only useful for like this kind of off-combat healing. You want to always have someone to be able to heal you, but healing in battle is not good in this game at all. And that gets us Vivian's source, which is... Wait, actually, I'm trying to think. Is that the source with Luster Candy, actually? Do I remember it correctly? We could actually maybe have Luster Candy, but I guess that doesn't really work for, like... Maybe I'm misremembering. I'm trying to... No. Is it Luster Candy? No, it's not Luster Candy yet. I'm trying to remember which source has that. It's not VVN source, it's something else. It has to be something else. I can actually double check that. I got myself very curious from a routing point of view.
Yeah, because it does feel like if Luster Candy was accessible by now, you would surely use it.
It is accessible.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, there's definitely a reason why we don't use it, but I don't know what that reason actually is. Outside of the fact that, well, what comes to mind is that Luster Candy is kind of inaccessible outside of this source, so you probably don't want to use it on any of the demons. I don't know. It's kind of interesting, though. I haven't really thought about this before.
Yeah, because it feels like you could just metamorphose it onto one of your Ouroboros
I'm thinking like
demons and
it
then
could
make
be
sure
maybe
that goes into wherever your Luster Candy wants to go for later. I just need to
actually,
find a way to make that fusion route work.
I might ask Nakajima about that. He probably knows. These routes are very well thought out, so I would imagine that he's considered it, but there's probably a good reason for it. Alright, this is the hell fight. Let's see if I can survive. So the annoying thing about this fight is that he has access to instant kill Mahama. And you might be thinking, well, that's not a big deal. You have Tetraja, right? Like, just Tetraja. But the problem is that Ouroboros outspeeds my Tetraja user. So if he ever decides to use Mahama twice in a row, there's a chance that my demons get nuked by that.
You do have some protection of that, because MC and Karama both Outlet and Black Frost has Endure, so Tight is the only real vulnerability to that.
Yes.
The much bigger problem in this fight is Disaster Cycle, which can be used randomly and can inflict very nasty ailments to your party, which are very hard to get rid of. If MC gets petrified, it's an instant game over. We should have one Amrita shower that cures all ailments for the full party, but if Disaster Cycle gets used multiple times in a row, and you can just be locked down by really disgusting ailments. Yeah,
so Disaster Cycle is scripted to be used on the 6th turn, but he can always just use it as well. Like, he always uses... I used another Tetraja by accident. But yeah, it has a scripted turn use, but he also just can spam it. I've had fights where he just uses 4 Disaster Cycles in a row, and that's very not fun.
Basically unsurvivable.
Tetraja was worth it. Actually, my Titan outsped Ouroboros, what the hell? That's weird.
That's kind of annoying.
That is very weird, actually. Okay, well, I guess I'll never get my Rakukacha up. Also, you're supposed to be counting damage, but I'm not even doing that very well right now. And there goes Titan.
Oh, no.
That's potentially fine though, since I still have Endure. I'm gonna try and win this fight without him. If he dies at this early, it might be okay. I didn't get my... Yeah, there's the scripted Disaster Cycle. MC is sleeping, that's bad. Not the end of the world, though.
Sleep means that you can't use the Amrita shower, but at least Karama and Black Frost.
I'm not worried about the Amrita shower right now. I need him to wake MC up, like so. That works. And time for beat chains. But yeah, I got my buffs up, so Titan dying is not the worst thing as long as my demons can survive. I can probably manage like this. Especially if Bahama keeps missing Black Frost, which is very, very good for me. Oh, don't do that. Don't do that. Still on the green. He has about 600 HP once I get him to the red, so I haven't been counting damage, but this might take a while since I'm missing a co-op demon. I could summon someone, but I don't know how good that would be. Also,
They might just die.
yeah, without buffs up, I'm pretty sure that they would die pretty quickly. I don't think I even have anyone who's strong enough to survive except for Vivian, probably. So I might just keep doing this. It's sort of working at least. Okay, so that's red HP, so I'm comfortable doing this one more time. That's 200. Actually, maybe that's a good thing that I missed. It's kind of low. I don't think I can still kill him, but... Alright, that should be good. I'm just gonna go for the Aguilar Stone immediately. You guys can go back to the party. And now we just hope we don't die to some nonsense. Like Disaster Cycle. Okay, mute is fine. I'm scared for my life though, so I'm gonna use a Soma. Soma is a full heal. You can't sell Soma even, so it doesn't have much value if you don't use it. 1 or 2 more Aguilar Stones, depending on my damage, is gonna be enough. Okay. Oh, they should kill him. Yes. Okay. First try.
That was quite a good fight.
Yeah, that was
First try.
Bit of a mess, but first try is a first try, so can't be too salty about it. And that gets us the Toth Source for Debilitate. Another Spare Nugami Source. But yeah, that fight is really annoying. Like at any point, if MC gets the Stone Ailment from Disaster Cycle, it's game over immediately without any counterplay. If you play on Redux, you can have the commander skill, what is it called? Braveheart, that prevents ailments for 3 turns. That's really good for this fight, but we don't have access to it. Also now, Commander Gore suddenly starts acting very weird. Well, he was weird before, he was a walking corpse, but like he basically just disappears. So we don't know what's up with that. Also, I need to check though about my Titan's source situation, because I did not get that full analyze done yet, I don't think. I wasn't paying attention, but I don't think I got it done yet, so I need to get his full analyze done at some point. I might put him into the next fight to make it happen. We'll see. I need to catch him up, but other than that, it's fine. Kinda sucks that I had to use all of my Aguilar Stones for Ouroboros. I would like to save those. Or at least one of them, but it is what it is. Also, these 3... We haven't really talked about these guys, but we keep seeing these visions of three wise men. They're basically trying to guide us towards the law. And that's what also ends up happening now, is that we went to the vanishing point with the hope of returning to Earth, but suddenly these 3 wise men sent something to attack us, and we crash landed on a sector, but yep, we're not in Earth yet. This is called Sector Fornax, where we are now, and this is also another sector that is completely different from the first 4 sectors that kind of exist in a closed loop. This is just a very weird place. Something that humanity has basically never seen before. So these sectors, the first 4 sectors are sectors in the Swordswelt that were born basically of negative aspects of humanity, such as overconsumption and destroying the planet with waste and things like that. But these next 4 sectors, Eridanus included, are more special in a way. These sectors we don't get any more Rosettas. Now we are looking for exotic matter, and it's dropped by these special demons like Ouroboros. These are basically mom demons, or they're like guardian entities of the Schwarzwald, basically. So we're trying to learn more of them. But for now, let's just dispose with some items. Combat knife, colored bulk. I need about 60k here, so try to sell enough things. I should have a magic mirror. Yeah. I didn't use my Amrita shower yet, actually. That's kind of rare to have it still. So do I guess I sell it now. Really need it, 12,000. That makes my money problems go away. There we go, enough money. Okay. I get to keep a couple bead chains, which is nice. Ertus, Heroes, Aquans. Where's my gummy? Make an elephant. And then make that elephant into a tiger with Makamisaurs and Theodan, Elec, Amp, Mechaton Press, Peter, Piper, and Tetrakarn. Wonderful, first try 5 skill fusion. That's what we like to see. Tamlin and Spriggan into Thoth with Hypixie Source for Taruka, Judika, Jan Mediarama. With no Makarakarn. Yeah. Yes, and also recovery boost, so that helps us with the healing a little bit.
Nice.
I don't really care about that too much though, but it's nice. Let's see if my... Where is my Titan? Oh, he got analyzed done. Okay, then never mind. I don't even need to worry about that either.
The game.
Yeah. Oops. Making up demon EXP or demon analyze in this can be quite miserable, so I'm happy I don't have to do that. There we go. Sector 4 Nax. This sector is basically just a glorified boss rush. We have a lot of boss fights in very close proximity to one another. And all of them need to be funneled onto MC. Oh wait. Oops. Too early. I'm gonna open this shortcut for later. Not before we get a signal about a strong demon ahead. Look, it's him. It's Morax. Or is it?
Evolve into Moloch.
This is one fight where I do definitely want to keep track of damage, because it's very easy to overdamage him. Nice Megaton press, keep hitting ones. It's multi-hit up to 4 hits, but not really getting to...
Statistically good skill.
Yeah, exactly. There we go. That's some good hits. Oh, we're up to like 700 damage. I'm gonna keep it a bit high up. So this fight, similarly to our friend in the first sector, has the same gimmicky ability known as Gehenna, but he's not guaranteed to use it. So now I do Fudine, Megaton. Hopefully Dos doesn't die. Actually, it doesn't really even matter if he dies. With recovery boost, you do like 100 damage, so you heal for 100. Not that much, but it is quite kind of nice. Oh, you're not even red yet. Well, I don't want to overdam. Yeah, there's Gehenna. So again, fear makes me lose control of my party. I have a Mithras stone though, so that's very good for this situation. Try to bring him low without accidentally killing him. And he should be very low now. Yeah. Clean.
Beautiful, calculated.
Exactly. It's hard to calculate when you're like, even your Bufudan just like 500 damage with the co-op included. You end up killing him from like, before he even gets the red HP. But yeah, so what's going on? We are going to be facing these old sector bosses that we fought previously, but these are their upgraded versions basically. And what's happening is that the sector boss of this area, Tiamat, is basically evolving them into their true forms. And we have to deal with that. So we will be fighting... That was Morak, so we still need to fight Mithras and Orcos and Asura, all in pretty quick succession here. Which means a lot of EXP for me. Whee! Another beat chain, because the game loves giving you beat chains. It's kind of crazy.
Understand that healing spells suck.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy though, because we pick up like 8 random beat chains just on the ground. And most of them are not even out of the way, you just get them because the game feels bad for you and your lack of healing. We end up selling a lot of them, but at this point in the game, when your money situation kind of stabilizes, they actually have a lot of use value from here on out, ever since the Ouroboros fight, really. That fight would be awful if you had to rely on something as weak as Mediarama with recovery boost to carry over the healing duty. So we picked up a rare Foma here, and then we run into our friend Mithras, who's become Mithra. Wowee. So again, time to funnel the EXP onto MC. This fight works similarly to the first Mithra fight, where he uses the Light of Order skill to nuke your weakest magic user. So this fight is nothing special though, it's pretty straightforward. And of course he has the annoying ailment that makes you lose MP because of course
Very weak though.
it is. I'm not very familiar with that ailment. It definitely does not scale with your like max MP, so I don't know what the scaling of that is. Yeah, so here is Black Frost about to go to an early grave, but I don't actually really care about that. Actually, it's Baihu who dies. Never mind. I apparently completely forgot who's the weakest magic user. Okay, that's a bit more inconvenient. I kind of wanted to do a bit more damage with Megaton before he went down. Yeah, I'm barely doing any damage. I wonder if there's... I guess I can use one Garula Stone here to kind of facilitate the damage a bit. I need to hold on to those, but I think using one should be fine. It should be low enough to... Well, not yet, apparently. I guess it wouldn't have been a bad idea to swap someone in instead of Baihu. I remembered that Black Frost is the one who dies for some reason. But this is just kinda unfortunate now. Slow fight. We shouldn't really be in any danger though. Yeah, I'm just gonna desummon my demons here, whatever. Oh yeah, he's... Did I already try that? Whatever. I don't care, it's fine. I'm just gonna auto with MC. Surely it's gonna be enough. Might take a minute, but... Or I can die.
No.
Alright, well, that did not... I don't think I've ever died to this guy before, so this is slightly embarrassing. I didn't know he can hit you for like 1/4 in one go. Alright, anyway, let's give that another try. Hopefully we get some decent Megaton hits. I can also just take a look at the backup for... so what is that? Your magic is 27. Oh! Normally Black Frost is the one that... It's a magic tie, that's why. I knew I wasn't crazy. I knew I wasn't crazy. Yeah, usually Black Frost is the one who dies. But apparently I have a magic tie, so...
You've got a lot of magic points on his level ups.
Yeah, I guess I'm learning a lot about this game just running it. I'm finding new ways to get screwed over with random stat spreads. That's very, very informative. I did not even think that was something that could happen, so...
In theory, he could choose Black Frost this time.
He could. I'm just thinking that maybe I'll swap Thoth out for something.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get ahead of the problem and solve it. Actually, I can't even check the stats, can I? And well, whatever. Suiki is surely like very low magic character, so I can let him die. Yeah, it's next turn. How much magic does that guy have? What? Suiki has more magic? Well, that's just me being misinformed, but I did not think that would be the case. Well, that's rather unfortunate. Oh, it's Ice Breath that... yeah, I guess Ice Breath can do a lot of damage if it hits multiple times. Well. Okay.
That time you won.
Yeah. One second, I'm... Okay, I'm back. Is my microphone fine?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, no static or anything?
Not on my end.
Alright, wonderful. That's good enough. Okay. I have some audio problems sometimes, so... But, okay. So now we find out that the Jack squad is up to something. They have established their own base and things are a bit suspicious. We're gonna go check that out. We're gonna ask what they are up to, and they are gonna be less than pleased with us. They basically tell us to bugger off. And like we established earlier, their equipment is more suitable for warfare. We're a bit outgunned here. So we're gonna head out. So we're gonna report our findings to the crew, and we're kinda gonna come to the plan of letting Jimenez spy on them. And the rest of us keep looking out, exploring Fornax, and Jimenez will just be keeping an eye on the Jack squad. Surely that can't go wrong. Vivian, arrows to Oberon. So now we have the Arahan, which is actually a good healing skill. Yeah, what could go wrong sending in the most hot-headed guy in the entire crew for reconnaissance? How could that ever backfire in any shape or form? Again, we will not be using those magic mirrors, but they are worth 15k, and the detour is very short. So this game does give you a lot of money, and the compendium is pretty cheap. So if you know what you're doing, you can kinda buy a lot of your demons from the compendium and make those work. The more problematic thing is getting those sources unless you want to grind, because you also need the EXP. In Redux you have manual skill selection and also easier time of getting those sources, so in Redux you can really make powerful combinations early on in the game. It's a bit more difficult in this game, but it's still doable. So we fought Sector 2 and Sector 3, Sector 1 and Sector 2 bosses already. So naturally we have to fight the evolved form of Mr. Buono next. And this fight is particularly annoying, or rather it has the potential to be particularly annoying, so we'll see how this goes. It's not very difficult fight. The pig turns into a door, but last hitting this boss fight is quite annoying because he's so tanky, unless you're able to kill him quickly, which is, as far as I know, is somewhat RNG, depending on what he does. So we'll see how this goes. Well,
How?
that basically just means that we are not getting the last hit that we're wanting. That's clear as day already. Without Tarukages up, there's not much hope to last hit him, ideally. I don't think so, at least.
And he has Dekunda too.
Yeah, he has Dekunda, which is the other annoying thing that he can do. Yeah, Thoth being weak to physical is not very good for this kind of fight that uses physical. Unsurprisingly. I can still do a decent amount of damage, but we'll see if it's gonna be enough or not. I would wager that it's not gonna be enough, but you never know. Also, I'm gonna Peter Piper the piggy for safety. It will mute him, and the same principle as in the earlier fight with Horkost is that if the door eats the muted piggy, they will also get the mute status, so yeah, that's what we are gunning for. This is another fight where you would want to have leftover Aguilar stones, but unfortunately I had to use all of them for Ouroboros, so no go there. But ideally you would kill the door before the piggy gets eaten. And then you would kill the piggy after, because the fight doesn't end if you kill the door. It's very easy to kill the pig and funnel the XP onto MC, but it's much more difficult to do that to the door. But he's gonna eat the piggy this turn, so my damage is just gonna be not enough, unfortunately. Yeah. So, could not do what I wanted, but this is still fine. He's on the red already. So yeah, I'm feeling
and if he's
feeling
muted,
right.
I assume that you could unsummon all your demons and just auto would just be really slow.
You can't auto this guy, he nulls Fizz.
Oh, he nulls Fizz. Never
Or
mind.
at least resists it. I can't remember which one it is, but I can try. I think it's like 5 damage maybe. I think it's resist Fizz, but 11 damage.
11 damage, yeah.
Well, to be honest, the gun damage is not much more, it's 20. So
27, yeah.
I get okay, that was
There
fine.
you go.
I mean, yeah, with I guess autoing is probably just faster than fire shotting, eh? Your choice is between 10 and 20 damage, so. But yeah, ideally you kill him before the piggy gets eaten, but that's difficult to do if your Tarukaze user dies immediately into the fight. But yeah, overall not too bad. And now we go back to the red sprite and we learn that our trustworthy scout Jimenez got himself in some trouble. And that took a total of 5 minutes. He got captured. We later learn it's because Bugaboo charged into the ship and Jimenez followed him in, trying to get him out of there. But regardless, we are basically in a war with the Jack's crew right now because of that. So it's time to stage a rescue mission. But first we're gonna prepare a little bit. Nozuchi, Azumi, Spatrimpas. And one very cheap, low-budget fusion you can do is Patrimpas plus Hathor becomes Victor. So this is one fusion that you can make very easily, and you can always get a level 50 demon out of it. Very cheap and easy. And you can keep upfusing him into different stuff, so that's one easy trick to do in a casual setting. And now our party is nice and we have one of each alignment. One neutral demon, one demon of chaos alignment, and one low alignment.
Perfectly balanced, which is terrible in this game.
Yeah. But from here on out, our main damage is gonna come through physical damage, so we're not gonna be relying on co-op damage for too much anymore. Since Fizz is just kinda better in this game. Well, it outscales. It's not better since you do need the demon sources that you get from using magic. And also the co-op damage is very high in the early game, but then Fizz becomes like just outscales. So the soldiers greet us at the gate, we take them down, and now we are inside the base, which the security is very lax considering they just kidnapped one of our crew members and probably can expect some kind of rescue mission to happen. But no, there's like nobody here, very easy to walk through the area. Oh wait, did I over damage? I hope not. Nah, not even close. Okay.
That miss would have saved you anyway.
Yeah. You're fine to deathbound. So we're funneling these encounters even though they don't give that much EXP, but our goal is to hit level 53 before the boss fight of this this base. It's very important that we do. Because level 53 kinda lets us crack the game open, so that is the goal. But first we need to find where they are keeping Mr. Jimenez. But of course first we need to listen to Miss Luisa first. Cryptic warnings.
Guess Jack's squad didn't pay their electric bill.
Yeah. So we find this scientist guy and we're gonna talk to him about Jimenez. And he basically tells us the lab code, the code to the lab. At first he's like, oh, I don't know anything about anything, leave me alone. And then basically we just say, well, you're a scientist, so of course you know the lab code. And he's like, well, yeah, I lied. And that's basically the extent of the conversation. And now we're gonna go to the lab, because that is... Turns out that Jack's squad has been experimenting with combining humans and demons. And we don't like that, especially if Jimenez is the one who's getting the human experiment treatment. So they're trying to fuse Jimenez together with Bugaboo. And we are going to stop them. But Jimenez here says that he does not want to be stopped. Because supposedly if you stop this process midway, then Bugaboo would die. And since Jimenez and Bugaboo are kinda homies, Jimenez does not want to let his favorite pet demon die. So now he's gonna get his awake form. So now Jimenez is half demon, basically.
This fusion should be able to accident.
That would be funny. Turns into slime. Shit.
And then you just get an instant game over.
Yeah. Well, the funny thing about Jimenez's design is whenever you see his sprite, there's like these kind of occult tattoos on him. And those are actually tattoos. When I first played the game, I thought those are like byproduct of him becoming a demon. No, he just has occult tattoos from the very beginning just to make sure you know that he's actually the Chaos rep. So those are, in fact, actual tattoos that he just has. So this fight will give us level 53. And now that we're level 53, we can fuse Berserker, who's a very good demon at this point in the game. So, let's get right on that. Suiki. Earth into Berserker with Titan Source. Getsue Charge and Berserker God. Okay. So what Getsue does, it's a physical skill that works kind of similarly to... I think Persona also has Getsue. So it's a... Yeah, so it's a move that has increased damage on full moon, and we will be using that because that's free damage is kind of good. Victor and Toss into Palace Athena with Vivian. Meteorama de Kacha. And the Kacha Candy. Alright. Mazio, Zio, and Sion, just so I have more. I have very many selections on which
So much elect damage.
elect skill to use. You just need her to have Xiong because we want her to farm analyze for us in a specific fight. Other than that, it doesn't really matter. I mean, you could use Mazio or Zio as well, I suppose, but that would just feel very silly. But you could, it wouldn't make a difference. Except for the small amount of damage that you would miss out on, but... Aramitama. Okay. So, unfortunately, our moon cycle is completely messed up right now. And there is no way to control that. So what determines what moon cycle you are on here is actually the recruits all the way back in Antlia. So there is literally nothing you can do to control this moon cycle. It's basically completely RNG what phase it will be on once you get here. You would want it to be as close to full moon as possible, but yeah, it just depends on how much you had to walk during your recruits in Antlia. Even if you had perfect movement after that, you wouldn't be able to specifically control your moon cycle unless you manipulated the entirety of Area 1. So that's kind of the hand we're dealt with. So we just have to walk around to get close to full moon here.
Yeah, thankfully Moon Cycle seems to move fairly fast in this game.
It's only 12 steps, I believe. So instead of 16, it's 12. And since encounter rate is pretty low with the enemy Lullaby app, you can just do this pretty quickly. I want it to be 6-8. Maybe don't leave. So now we take care of Jack with Jimenez. Because we cannot let him do what he wants, because he's experimenting on humans and being a threat to us, so we're gonna kill him. Or stop him, excuse me. And he summons his experiment. These are all demons that he's supposedly made through experiments. And Jimenez is gonna take care of the small fries while we're gonna fight Jack himself. So for this fight, we basically want to keep Tetrakarn up every single turn because he hits very hard with his gun damage. So we're just gonna hope that Baihu acts before him, which should be pretty consistent. He also heals himself with pure blue, but that's not that important. I'm gonna get rid of that bomb because I don't like it. So what the bomb element does in this game is that if you get inflicted with the bomb, the next time that character takes damage, they have a chance of exploding. And if they explode, they damage your entire party, and they obviously get instant killed. So bomb is a very funny element, but it's not present in like any other game than this, as far as I know. Yes, Tetrakarn. Gonna do a roll Getsue on Pisacha in the hopes of getting a crit. If I get a crit, I can kill him without having to charge, so it's slightly faster. No such luck. Keep Tetrakarning. Gonna use another Chakra Drop too. Get my last Luster Candy up. And here on out, it's just a matter of dealing enough damage to take him out. Also, if you get like Rain Strike Reflex in this fight, it's helpful. Also, I'm gonna, just in case I don't do enough damage, let's Chakra Drop you one more time. Oh, that's 1300 damage in one hit almost. So this is kind of the point where we start becoming very strong. Now Jack goes down, and this is where we stray away from our path to neutrality. We are not going to stop Jimenez, Captain Jack dies, and we are now officially on the chaos path. This is the chaos route after all. So we have to get to chaos at some point. Although this is actually not even permanently chaos, we will actually come back to neutrality before the end of the run, and then back to chaos one more time. And there's very good reason for that I will come back to once we get to the next sector. Chaos! Yes, you can also in this game you can control your alignment by going to the funny fairy village goblin in Antlia. By choosing the first option and the second, and then after that the second option, you get chaos alignment points and vice versa for law alignment points. But we don't want to resort to that because that takes time. That is the backup though. If you mess up your alignment in the run, you can go and fix it. But ideally we don't do that. So back to Fornax we go now that Jack's squad has been dealt with. We didn't finish them off, we're kinda just letting them do their own thing under our supervision now. We're not murderers after all, except maybe for Jimenez. So they are still at their base, but they're just under our supervision for now. Thank you for the item. Just a random summa drop chilling here. I wish this game would have trap cubes like Nocturne. How fun would that be? Just open this cube and you explode. Game over. Or take damage, or get poisoned.
Even Nocturne wouldn't game over you with a trap cube.
Yeah, that would be a bit too much. But poison or something would be kind of funny. But yeah, in this game you can, I didn't mention it before, but you can probably tell that in in the bottom of the screen, the color of the character name shows what alignment you currently are. That goes for your demons and your main character as well. With obviously red being the chaos, blue being law, neutral being white. Which we have all of those colors present. So here's a blue blob. Instead of fighting a red blob, now it's a blue blob. And yeah. I want to return my Bayou so I don't get Asura Rogad immediately because his AI works the same way as Mr. Asuras does. Unfortunately, he can do Asura Rogue on the second turn. I really want to avoid that. I can't charge in this fight because if I charge and rage and hit myself, I will kill myself immediately. So, not a good idea to charge in this fight. But yeah, that's good enough. Take a quick heal here and yeah. Then we have to do the proper fight. There's only 2 colors of blobs. There's no green blob in this game, I don't think, unless you're talking about like slime. Guess that could be a green blob. So we killed the blue blob thingy here. Now we get to meet Asura again. And Asura has a transformation to show us. He turns into Ashura. So that's an interesting way for her to turn.
Quite the transformation.
Yeah. So this is the only instance of using Magic Mirror in the run. And that is because she is scripted to use Maraki Dine turn 1 if you have 3 characters on the field. So this will reflect that back to her and prevent us from taking the damage. Or Maraki-on, I should say. It's not Maraki Dine, yeah. And now I'll summon Black Frost because she doesn't use Asura Roga if I only have 3 characters on the field. And now she's scripted to use Asura Roga on turn 5. And ideally I kill her by that time. If all goes well. That is kind of the goal. Unfortunately, I don't have my Bufula Stone anymore because I had to use that for the first Asura fight because of things going kind of wrong there. But I'm hoping that everything is still fine. So you guys can return, and this is gonna be a duo kill with MC and Berserker. We're not gonna be fully oh, that's kind of weird. She didn't Asura Roga there. Or am I... Oops, I was turned early. I should have kept attacking. Okay, well, let's see. My damage might be a bit short now. Oh, that's not Asura Roga. Well, that works for me, I guess. I thought she would be guaranteed to use Asura Roga, but apparently not. Well, whatever.
Maybe it's because you only have 2 or no, you would normally have 2 demons.
Yeah, not sure about that. Maybe she just doesn't... She very often does that though, but maybe it's not guaranteed. I thought it was guaranteed, but maybe it's not. Anyway, that was fine even without the Bufula Stone, so that's good. So now we have defeated all of these old sector bosses permanently. But there's one more actual sector boss to fight. And she is the one who created these stronger versions of the sector bosses that we already fought earlier. She's basically what is known as a mother demon around in Schwarzwald, so we have to defeat her next. Oh, look at that. Hi. Reminds me of SMT4A.
I wonder who the other 2 could be.
Yeah, maybe. I have no idea. You can make your educated guess. You can make this cycle in a way where you arrive at Tiamat on full moon. So you can fight this with Ketsue if you want, but that's not really that important in this route because you need to hit enough Zeongas to get the full analyze on everybody. So you kind of want to sand back your damage a bit here. In Redux, you definitely want to get here on full moon though. So the step cycle matters, but for us in this run, it's not that important. So this is Tiamat. She uses very strong ice attack that heals her, known as Mother Earth. She hits her basic attack basically targets everybody like that, and she also has Luster Candy, which is very unpleasant, which is why we went ahead and got ourselves Dekacha on Palace Athena, so we can remove her buff if that happens. And there's Mother Earth, are we? Yeah, so there's the first instance of Luster Candy. Gonna chakra drop my Palace Athena just in case. Hey, you can't do that. Twice in a row.
Only the
What
player's
kind?
allowed to spam buffs.
Exactly. $36 damage Bufudine. Sure.
Very
That's like
scary.
the least threatening thing that she can do. So I'm not too upset about that. I'm gonna go ahead and get my Oberon here, because I need him to get the EXP. This is one of the rare fights as well that we just straight up quad kill without trying to buffer or trying to funnel the EXP onto anybody. So this is pretty straightforward. Just try to get the kill and keep Oberon alive, and everybody else as well. Everybody does need to survive this. Do I have... Should be dead here. And not dead. Okay. That's fine.
Nice. Easy.
Yeah, so it's pretty straightforward fight. You don't need to count damage or anything, so it's... She can't really kill you, but she is pretty tanky overall. So everybody levels up, so I get all of their sources now. They're very helpful. Especially Berserker Source, because that has the skill Fizz Amp on it, which boosts your Fizz damage by 1.4 times, so... Or is it even 1.5 times maybe? Either or. Point being that it's very strong.
Yeah, it varies game to game.
So we again see Commander Gore, but he doesn't talk to us. So I wonder what's up with that. Now we got the exotic matter from Tiamat, and we're gonna use that to guide us to the next sector. We're trying to get out of Schwarzwald, so we're using the vanishing point to launch us towards the next area. So every time we want to travel somewhere, we have to go through Eridanus to use the vanishing point. And now we are in a snowy area again that looks a lot like Antlia. But it is not Antlia. So this is Sector Gruz, and which is a bit of a weird sector because half of it is locked behind New Game Plus, which is a very interesting way of handling it. But yeah, the super boss of the game is behind New Game Plus in this sector. But yeah, we will not be meeting him today. This sector is overall pretty short, like the shortest sector by far in the game. So there's some weird talk about illusions. We don't really know what's up with that. But then there's these weird purple walls around. And it's our best friend Mastema again. We haven't seen you in 3 sectors. What's up, dude? He's sort of exploring this area as well because he's worried about the illusion stuff that is going on. And he has established a angel stronghold into this sector where they operate from. So we go back to our ship, and we learn that there's some trouble brewing again with Jack Squad. Ryan is the new captain, who was previously the second in command, and they're doing some weird stuff again. So Jimenez wants to go and kill them. Zelenin says that killing them is a bad idea. And now we're kinda at a crossroads. Before we decide on which course of action we take, Zelenin pleads us to go and talk to Mastema one more time. Because she does not want to kill the Jack Squad members, so we're gonna oblige, and we're gonna be heading towards where Mastema is. But before that, I still need to go to the lab, I think. Actually, no, I don't. I always forget when I'm supposed to go to the lab here, but it's a bit later. So we're gonna try and get to Mastema to talk to him. Mastema lets us use this teleporter now that was previously guarded by his angels. So we're gonna be using this to get to Sanctum A. And yeah, let's head over to where Mastema is and see if he has any kind of solution for our Jack Squad problem. Oh wait, is this correct? What am I doing? This is not correct. I went too far. Try not to get lost here.
All the maps in this game are really big. It's very easy to get lost.
Yeah, that is true. It's even easier in this version of the game than in Redux because you kind of don't know where you're going if you don't like waste time and turn that way, because ideally you never turn around unless you have to. So the movement in this game is way more difficult than in Redux, where you just sprint where you're looking. So here's Mastema. His solution is to sing a Angel's hymn to the Jack Squad members. Unfortunately, he cannot do it himself, so he needs someone to become an angel to pacify Jack Squad, but we have no interest in that, so Zelenin can take the honors. So now Zelenin has become an angel. So now we have a demon party member and angel party member. Exciting stuff. And now we're gonna go to Jack Squad hideout. And we're gonna go ahead with Zelanin's plan of pacifying them instead of murdering them like Jimenez wanted. I know, not very chaos of us. So... So now that Selene has become an angel, she has the ability to sing. And what hearing that song does, it kills demons and brainwashes humans to do the bidding of Selenin. So now Jack Squad is basically under our control because Selenin went ahead and did the most obvious law thing ever and brainwashed everybody. But instead of killing all the demons that were locked on Jack Squad's premises, we just released them. So they are going to return to their peaceful life in Sector Cruise and nothing bad ever happened to them after that. Nothing at all. So there's a lot of tension currently in our crew. On one hand we have a demon who wants to kill everything, and on the other hand we have this fanatical angel that just wants to brainwash everything with Mastema. We're kind of stuck in the middle of that until the final sector, the alignment lock happens. So Sector Cruise, we're kind of trying to work together still, but our crew is kind of falling apart at the seams here. Okay, so now we go to the lab and we can unlock the Sanctum Search B or Space Scanner B, whatever it's called. And now we can use the same Space Scanner but unlock more different Sanctums. So instead of Sanctum A, we also have the ability to go to the Sanctum B in each of these Space Scanner areas. But before we do that, I'm gonna sell some stuff. Bomb of Rising. I have enough money, that's good. And we make Laplace. Where is Laplace? So Laplace is a app that gives us a higher, just gives us a chance to make stronger demons in fusions, like higher level demons in fusions. So we have the potential to possibly make like a stronger demon whenever we fuse something. So now we go to Type B, Sanctum, and we're gonna go talk to the demons that we just let loose from Jack's ship. These are their hideout. And we want their help to open up the sealed door in the main area. This door opens only if you're chaos aligned like we are, which is very nice. So we can pick up this Megiddo Stone. You might be thinking Megiddo Stone is not very good, and I would agree. But there is one very specific purpose for it if I don't die here. Do I dare? Okay. Never scared. Yeah, failing escape there twice. It's a bit spooky. Oh, that's a Megiddo Stone. This is a backup, basically, for us. We might not need it, but it's better to have it and not need it than not have it and need it, so... It's not too far out of the way, so it's a good thing to pick up here. So now we go back to our ship to report on our findings, but turns out Selenin is stuck in an illusion. The illusions are caused by the sector boss of this area. So now we kind of decide what to do with the demons that have escaped from Jack's ship. We're gonna go with the law option. We're gonna kill them with Selenin. Only because that is the fastest way to do it. You have other options. I think neutral is to go and fight them instead, and I think chaos is to somehow side with them, but it's by far the fastest to just ask for Selenin to sing here. And she agrees, and we are gonna go and kill them. And break our promise to the demons that no harm would come their way. Oopsie daisy.
Whatever. It's fine. Anything for the sake of speed.
Exactly. And that's why we wanted to be chaos aligned earlier as well, is because this pushes us pretty heavily towards law, so if we were neutral at this point we would end up being law aligned. So we kind of buffered our alignment by being chaos early, and now we do the law aligned thing for speed. And kind of puts us back to neutral. For a little bit. We're not gonna be staying neutral for very long, but for the rest of this sector we will be neutral. And as you can probably guess, Jimenez is not too happy with us by doing the law thing. And now we can go through this gate. Or can we? Turns out that we are now also getting affected by the illusions of this sector, and here's Commander Gore again. Although this time he's not just a mindless husk, he has regained his consciousness. Earlier, when Commander Gore disappeared from our ship in Delphinus, he was controlled by Ouroboros, but after we defeated Ouroboros, he became wanderer in the Schwarzwald, and he didn't have a will of his own, or any thoughts or anything like that. He was just wandering around the Schwarzwald, but now he's snapped out of it, and his goal is to destroy the Schwarzwald, so he still wants to keep carrying our mission through. So Commander Gore is back, yay. Unfortunately for him, we don't have any interest in neutral shenanigans. He is now the neutral rep of this game. But we're gonna keep riding the storm with Jimenez instead.
Because it's fast.
Yes, because it's fast. There's also a neutral category. The neutral route for this game has not been translated. I only translated the chaos route. So I have not actually run that, but I do run the neutral plus version over on Redux, and that's kind of the way I like to keep it, probably. Although I do have some interest in running neutral for this game as well, but for now only chaos anyway. So Commander Gore has now become what the game calls it, Ubergestalt, or the ultimate life form. This game just likes to throw out German words at you, like Schwarzwald and Ubergestalt. That's just how the game works. Is neutral the hardest? It has the most content, and yeah, so that probably would be the hardest route, yeah. Chaos is the easiest since you do the less amount of content. and you skip the hardest. Well, I don't even know if it's the hardest fight in this game due to some reasons the way, but you skip fighting Memelev in this run on Chaos. Fusion routing, I mean the fusion neutral route for this game is very similar to the Chaos route up until like the end. You basically do a lot of the same stuff. Even this run stays neutral until like end of Fornax. So it's not exactly the same the entire time for neutral route, but it's very similar. But now we found this very rare Foma called Remedium. We need this for Gate Search C. So now our goal is just get back into the lab. Sorry, I think I said Gate Search C, but it's Unlock C. Like I said, I always mix them up, so it's always one or the other. Anyway, now we want to go where that giant question mark is, but to do that, we have to take a bit of a detour because you cannot get there from this floor just by trying to get just straight. We need to do some movement to get there through the lower floors. So this is already the end of Sector Grues. It's a very quick sector. All that is left is to fight the mother demon of this sector, which is in this case Maya. Maya in Redux is awful, but it's a bit more tolerable in this route because we do need to funnel the EXP from Maya onto MC. The problem with that is, however, that if you try to use magic against Maya, she will instantly kill you unless you last hit her with the magic skill. And since we don't have access to strong swords or strong fist stat, last hitting and getting the funnel to work is difficult. However, since we are magic build, we can throw out a Garula Stone and hopefully that will be enough to last hit her, but yeah, we'll see how that goes in a second. First off, we're gonna buff our Berserk a little bit more with Aramitama and give him his own swords for Getsue, Fizz Amp. I skipped it. Getsue charge. Berserker card, Fizz Amp. Yes. So now our Berserker is even stronger. Dwarf on Moraki becomes Doppelganger with Oberon Source 4, Taunt Diarahan, Garu, and no Makara Karan, which is the difficult part. Can I even remove it? Maybe I can.
Really
Maybe this it messes up with the fusion routing, but I don't know if that matters. This might be wrong in my notes actually. We're gonna just... It's fine. Makara Khan is kind of an annoying skill because it takes heavy priority in some of these fusions for some reason, so... We'll see if that
which is really weird.
Yeah.
Normally, Makara Khan is considered a high-level skill and would take low priority.
Yeah, so Garu and Debilitate is what I need. You have... that... bit worried about this actually. Garu, debilitating. I'm just worried about the Makara Karn here, but I don't think that matters necessarily. I'm gonna try to get rid of it if I can, but I don't think that's gonna happen, unfortunately. Yeah, whatever. We'll see what kind of problems we run into with the fusions this time. It's always gonna be something. Register my lovely doppelganger. Berserk, Palace Athena, and Wild Hunt. Okay, and we're gonna fight Maya at full moon. This moon cycle we actually have control over, since we set up the moon cycle for Jack previously. It carries over very nicely to this fight. Just gonna make sure to... There we go. So, Maya is a very interesting and annoying fight. She has a gimmick where she uses the skill called Illusory Ritual, which doubles her agility. And no, it's not Sukukaja, it doubles her literal agility stat. So she becomes very evasive. I believe you can decage it in this game, but not in Redux, if I'm correct in my assumption on how that skill works. I'm not entirely sure. But she has 6000 HP and we need to last hit it with MC. And this fight is either very easy or very difficult in this route, depending on what kind of damage ranges you get. So we're gonna hopefully get the good ones. Depends on Getsue damage. So Getsue. Ideally we low roll. We missed.
Well,
even better.
That's about as low roll as you can get.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see if the gacha does anything. It feels like it does something, but not entirely sure, to be honest. As it gets to a... Well, I guess I should have decatched again. See if that hits. That's a high roll, so I don't like that at all. Not one bit. Okay, that's 4150 damage, and now I need to make up the rest. Ideally you low roll so you can triple Getsue to bring her low HP, but no such luck today. So I do need to Berserker Guard for the rest. And miss, because that's how the fight works. 4.25. And miss.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the peak Maya experience. There's nothing you can do about this. This is just how the fight works. Agigate hurts a lot, and it can one-shot Berserker, so I don't really like her using that. Can you please hit? Okay. So when she's low, she starts using Evil Vortex. And yeah, MC got turned to stone. There's no counterplay to that.
It's extremely fair that the game doesn't even let you try to cure the stone, even if you had a stone skill to cure stone on one of your demons.
So you can have Petradi in this game to cure stone, but if MC gets stoned, the game will treat it as a game over immediately without letting you even use Petradi, even if you had it. So
which is really stupid.
Yeah, and there's no ailment coverage in this game, and even if you use Tetracha, it will go through your... It will go through your death resist. Or Tetracha activation, anyway. So we're gonna do this again. That was a shame, because that was actually a decent layup for damage. But now we have to do it all over again. I want to keep Berserker over 400 HP because of Akigate, because that hurts a lot when you have a fire weakness. Let's see if I can get a low roll this time, that would be helpful. That is a very low roll. Miss. It's good. So ideally we don't high roll here in the next hit. Ideally we just get a regular couple K damage roll. And that should hopefully set up the kill in a very good way for us. If this high rolls, I might then accidentally kill her early. Hopefully not. No, that's fine. That's actually a low roll. Yeah, okay. Wild Hunt, goodbye. That's kind of annoying because I need to get rid of that stone to desummon you. Do I dare to attack you or I don't think I need to do that. That's a bit on the riskier side. I think this is fine. If I just don't miss... That was not enough damage because my magic stat is apparently low. So we're in a very awkward spot with this fight. It's annoying when this stuff happens. Just low, just not enough damage there. What is my magic stat even looking like? Ideally you would do like 250, so what's that? 43. Okay. My magic is kinda average, I guess, so okay. Yeah, this fight is pretty problematic. I should have hit one more time with Pallas Athena there. I was considering it, but decided against it, and that was a mistake. Okay, 1860. Surely I'll hit soon. I'll just keep trying and I will eventually hit. Or not. We are having a lot of fun.
The way the turn order works out is really gross for this. He goes before Berserker, doubles her agility, then Berserker tries to hit, misses, and then Athena decodges.
Yeah, it depends a little bit. Okay, another low roll. So there's no way that this will accidentally overkill, which is good. But Evil Vortex is such an annoying thing to deal with as well if I go for a... But there's really no way to play around that easily, I don't think so. They should set up the kill very well if I can hit one more time. That's a low roll and a half. Less than ideal. This is also an annoying decision to be making. I think Wild Hunt one can hit one more time. 87. Okay, surely she's low enough to be killed here. Should be less than 100 HP if my math is even remotely in the right direction. Okay.
Nice. All right, that's good.
This fight is always a bit uncomfortable. You do want the EXP. But that is the last EXP funnel of the run, so everybody can clap. I got the exotic material of this sector, and that lets us use the vanishing point to get to the final sector. Although now the three wise men appear in front of us and tell us that we should become law aligned because law is good. And then they show us a vision of these brainwashed people standing on rooftops, and this is the future that they want for humanity, so that doesn't sound ideal. Well, then Louisa Fur appears and shows us this chaos world where humans get enslaved by demons because humans are generally weaker than demons. And we are going to be chaos aligned, so that sounds just perfect for us. We don't mind that too much. And if somebody has not put 2 and 2 together yet, Lucifer is in fact Lucifer. That was very difficult to figure out, but hopefully that was helpful for someone. So now Jimenez has had enough of us, and he decides to leave. He doesn't care about us anymore, and Zelenin does the same. So now we lost Zelenin and Jimenez. They're gonna be exploring the next sector known as Sector Horologium without us. So this is where the alignment lock happens once you go to Horologium and walk a bit further inside the sector, but we don't want our alignment to be locked because we are neutral aligned now. So we have a couple of extracurricular activities that we can do to shift our alignment towards chaos and also get us a couple useful things for the rest of the game. So we're gonna be heading to a previous sector that we explored, also known as Sector Eridanus. Because all the good things happen in Eridanus. Okay, so first of all, let's just heal in sick bay. I don't think I need to do this, but whatever. And we'll head over to, instead of Horologium, we'll go to the previous sector, Eridanus. And we're gonna take this quick trip to the roof. I should save. Let's save. We don't want a repeat of. Yeah, we don't want to repeat the Maya fight again. That would be very unfortunate. So our trusty doppelganger can join us. So doppelganger is an interesting demon because he's only in the level 20s, but he has access to wait, which way am I going? Correct? This is correct. He has access to he has naturally Fizz Repel. So that's interesting for a level 20 demon to have. But
that's very early to get Repel Fizz.
Yeah, so here is Chikokten. We're gonna fight him. It's an optional fight, and we do this so we can fuse him. Where's my thought? Oh. So we can fuse him, and also he gives us alignment towards Chaos again, which is what we want. And also we get access to Monarch Vest, which is a better armor than what we still have been using the Survivor Vest from the beginning of the game. So we get a bit of a nice upgrade to that. I keep missing. Brother. That should be fine. So now, if all goes according to plan, I'll throw out my magic mirror and win. I forgot about this fight. We actually do use our magic mirror here. He did not use magic, but he hit Doppelganger again, so we'll take that. Definitely don't switch out the Diarahan though. Okay, so Black Frost and Doppelganger makes Chikokten immediately into a... No! That's why we don't get Makara Karn on Doppelganger. No! I will not have Acid Breath for the rest of the game. The travesty. I knew something was wrong with my fusions. That's why I have written down with big letters, not get Makara Karn. That's fine.
Hopefully everything's still winnable.
Yeah, it is. It just makes one fight slower overall. Which is fine. It's not a big deal. For Marathon anyway, it's not a big deal. In a PB attempt, that would be pretty annoying. So, Asumisaurus for... this might be a problem as well, isn't it? Don't Diarahan. Dream Fist at least, I need. Ideally Garu as well if I can, but at least those three. That Makara Karn is gonna mess me up, isn't it? I don't think I can get Garu on Doppelganger, but I'll have Taunt, Diarahan and Dream Fist at least. I don't think I can get all of the skills. No Taunt here. I'm gonna keep trying a couple times because I really want it, but I think the Makara Karn is gonna mess this up for me, unfortunately. Is there Taunt, Diarahan? Yeah, that's not possible. Okay, I'm gonna settle for Dream Fist and Diarahan in that case. It's fine, I just won't have access to Garu, which kinda sucks, but... Yeah, this is the punishment for not reading my... Well, I read my notes, but I disregarded them. I knew I had written them in that way for a specific reason. Oh well. So this is the next fight. We'll do this because we want to fuse Komokten later. This fight is easy. He drains your MP before the fight, but you just punch him in the face enough and he kneels over. And this is where we also get the Monarch Vest, if I'm not mistaken. Also a stronger sword called Vajra, or Vaira, or whatever it's called. So equipment, upgrade Vajra. And instead of Survivor Vest, now I have access to the Monarch Vest, which is a very good late game armor. You can only wear it if you're Chaos aligned, which we are. And now we are ready to go to the alignment lock. Unfortunately, I'm missing Garu on Doppelganger, which makes the next fight annoying. But beggars can't be choosers. The fight is winnable without it, it just makes things a bit slower. So, yeah, some of the fusions in this game get pretty complicated with the way the skill inheritance works, sources and everything, so kind of stumbling on that a little bit. It's that goddamn.
It's kind of unfortunate that some skill inheritance is so high that it basically forces you to take the skill.
Yeah. There might be something else that I can still tweak in the route. My understanding about the skill inheritance stuff is not perfect, so there might be something that I could still do to make inheriting skills more consistent, but yeah, it's kind of the problem of trying to translate from Japanese based on a YouTube video. You kind of miss some stuff in the translation. But yeah, here is the Memelev's quarters, and Gore basically wants us to kill Memelev. Because Memelev represents the chaos side of things, and she is the one who created the entirety of Schwarzwelt. And she wants to basically doom humanity into slavery, and yeah, we are gonna be chaos build by the end, so we agree with Memelev. Which means our viewpoint differs with Commander Gore, and now we must fight him in one of the most annoying fights in the run. It's very annoying. Basically, all of our damage for this fight is gonna come from repelling damage back onto him. So first, we're gonna buff to maximum with Luster Candy, and then we are gonna get our Doppelganger here to reflect damage. Gore is weak to Force, but like we mentioned earlier, my Doppelganger does not have a Force attack because of reasons. It's not a big deal. So now what we'll do is we'll taunt. Taunt Gore to maximum, so he deals more damage to himself.
Already some pretty beefy reflects.
Yeah, that's not even... That gets even more ludicrous. And now, the final form, I'm gonna punch myself in the face with Doppelganger because... Wait, did you... Oh, did I mess up? Did I taunt too many times? I lost my Luster Candy. I was not paying attention. Huh. That was weird. Well, let's see. Oh, you're supposed to only taunt him once. I taunted him twice because I'm silly. Okay. Why did I taunt him twice? That's not what I'm supposed to do. Oh, he's gonna cancel his stats again. Okay, so one taunt. Okay, I need to do some annoying stuff here because I need to bring back my... I'm messing this up on my own accord. Need to cover you to full. Actually, just gonna remove the taunt as well. Let's just start again. Start the buffing again. It's fine. Luster Candy, let's get to +4 again. So Commander Gore has 2 health bars, 7,500 HP each. So in total, he has 15,000 HP, so he's a very beefy boy. The way this fight is supposed to work is that we reflect damage back onto him, and we do this with Doppelganger and his Dream Fist specifically, because in this game, if your demon is asleep, your reflect damage increases, which makes no sense, but that is how the game works. So...
Do you take increased damage when sleeping? Because that would make it make sense.
Yeah, you do. Oh, that's true, actually. I didn't actually think about it like that. That does make sense. So, Dream Fist myself in the face, and after this is the big reflect damage. Now if he hits Doppelganger, he's gonna get nuked immediately. But I think I'm in a bad spot because he's gonna start doing adaptation now. He's low enough for that, I think, unfortunately. Yeah. So once he gets low enough, he starts doing charge plus adaptation, targeted only on MC. And in order to kill him now, I need to do force damage. So I'm gonna bring out my Chikokten. And here is where I would use my Doppelganger to do damage with force attack as well. But he doesn't have Garu because fusions are difficult. So I'm gonna do this co-op and try to survive with MC basically. So bring out Wild Hunt as well because he has access to Garu and Garudine. Okay, first health bar down, and now we reset the fight basically in a way where I want to get hit in the head again. With Doppelganger gets rid of these two. Now he doesn't do adaptation anymore, and now we just want to basically get hit for as much damage as possible to reflect it back onto him. There we go, big damage.
That's a pretty cool strat, I gotta say.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that kind of relies on range strike multi-hits hitting Doppelganger instead of MC. But that's decent. I would really like that to happen when Doppelganger is sleeping though, because that's when you do the big damage. Not a regular attack. Please use range strike on Doppelganger. There we go. Okay, that should be low enough for him to start using adaptation again, I think. Yeah. So we'll bring back my squad of happy demons, and from here on out we just want to kill him with force attacks. Also bring back Chikokten. Yeah, this was a very scuffed fight this time around, but this is how the fight kinda goes. Now we just kill him with co-op damage, basically. It's pretty funny because we're using tier 1 force damage still, but co-op damage is enough to like make this worthwhile. And this is, we're not funneling EXP anymore, so we can just go ahead and kill him whenever. And hopefully I'll get the demon sources that I need, which I should, because I'm doing a lot of co-ops here, because the whole fight kind of went terribly. Usually you would get him to much lower HP before you have to resort to hitting with Garus, but that's not how it worked this time around. Okay, he goes down.
Still first try.
Yeah, very scuffed first try, but it was the first try. Get those demon analysis done. get all of their sources. Oh no, Commander Gore is dead permanently. Arthur also dies here. If you side with neutrality, Commander Gore keeps Arthur alive somehow. And now that we're Chaos Aligned, Jimenez comes back to us. He realizes that we are the cool guy. So now our crew is full of chaos for the rest of the game. This was the alignment lock. And the cool thing about that is that being which alignment you are also, like if you talk to your crew now, their responses have become more like chaos, more aligned with chaos than they would otherwise be. So they talk in like very wild, chaotic fashion. It's the opposite if you go for law. It kind of reflects in your crew as well. So Lacus is source for Media Rahan and Luster Candy. Okay, Black Frost. Wait, what? Oh, there it is. Yeah, Comcton. You have Taunt. Interesting. I'm trying to think that would it be worth trying to use Taunt against the boss that I can't have Acid Breath for, but probably not. Comcton, Berserker into Wukong with Wild Hunt Source for Madness Crush. Charge and Fist Amp. Monkey. No, Black Maria, Wukong, Chikokten, nice and red. So now that we're Chaos Aligned, we're gonna go pay another visit to Memelev. With Jimenez in tow, of course. And Memelev is basically gonna give us our final task before the creation of the new world. I am Memelev. Now we can gaze upon her true form. So she is the creator of the Swordswelt, and she tells us about the cosmic eggs, which there are 4 of them. And those are required for the creation of the new world, so we are gonna go and look for them. I mentioned before about the original 4 sectors of the Swordswelt being Antlia, Boots, Karina, and Delphinus. So the 4 cosmic eggs are also on that closed loop in the story, so we're gonna go back to the 4 sectors and collect the eggs. Starting with Antlia. Because we can't get enough of backtracking. Guess who forgot to go to the lab?
It was me, wasn't it?
Without unlock D, you cannot have access to the cosmic eggs. So we need to go pay a visit to Mr. Irving. Let's try that again. So here's the first cosmic egg. Each cosmic egg is guarded by a demon. This demon is Wukong, and since we are Chaos aligned, he will give us the cosmic egg for free.
Easy.
Yeah, if you're neutral aligned, you have to fight all of these. Since we're Chaos aligned, we only have to fight 2 of them. If you're low aligned, you also have to only fight 2 of them. So, next stop... No, don't do that. Next stop is... Sector Boots. If you were to go talk to Malcolm again, you could return some chakra pots for 15,000 Makka. And after that, you can give him a great chakra for 40,000 Makka. It's very nice. Gives you a lot of money for that one great chakra that you sell him. But we don't need money anymore, so not necessary for us, but that is what we do in the Redux run. Bonk, bonk, bonk. It's a Preda. Tried to Makka beam me, yeah. I know what he's up to. A lot of Formas, which we're not gonna bother getting. Save just in case, because we do have to fight here, even though I should never die to this fight, but just in case I don't have to do the core fight again, that would be kind of...
That would be quite unfortunate.
That would be quite a big disaster. So this egg is guarded by 3 Yatagarasu. And also, hey, there is Gigantic in the background. That's the ship that crashed. We found it. Oh yeah, I don't have Acid Breath because... Yeah, okay. Acid Breath would be helpful, but not strictly necessary. If you are on neutral route, this is where you would fight the awakened form of Zelenin. But however, we are not gonna be fighting the angel form or awake form or whatever Zelenin form it is. We're gonna be fighting another form of Zelenin a bit later, but not the form that you would fight here normally. We're just gonna let co-op take control of this fight, just for the sake of getting max analyze done on Wukong and Chikoktan. Pillar Zelenin is something we fight later in this run. That's not something we would normally fight here. I just don't remember the name. I think it's Awake form. It's the angel form or whatever, but... Yes, spoiler, the final boss of this route run will be Pillar Zelenin instead of Memelef. So...
What?
Well,
It's all ruined for me.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Also, I need to switch to my trusty old Survivor vest here. Still using armor from Area 1. I can't get rid of it. It's my emotional support armor. The reason we equip it now is because we don't really need resist physical right now, but the reason we equip it is it has null light. So the last guardian of the egg that we need is Seraph. Is it Seraph? I think it's called Seraph. So he has instant kill light variety, so we don't want to deal with that. So nulling light for that is quite quite nice.
Your notes say cherub. But
Cherub, that's what I meant. Seraph Cherub, I don't know. I'm a Chaos Enjoyer, how am I supposed to remember the angel names?
the angel names.
Oh, it's Judge Zelenin, exactly, that's what I meant. It's Awake Jimenez and Judge Zelenin, yeah. Names are difficult. So here is another Chaos Aligned Demon guarding an egg. So we just get it for free here. We don't have to fight Zuyin. No, goodbye. Thank you for the egg. And one more egg to go. And that's of course located in Sector Delphinus. Why do I keep opening this menu? Whoop, 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 whoop. Again, hitting the switch reverses the current of the water streams. We're gonna make this big lap around the premises and I went through the wrong thing, so now I have to suffer through a teleporter, which puts us here. Okay, that's fine. Never done that mistake before. Let's give it another go. I turned it too early. So yeah, we're gonna make this a big walk around the area to get back to the switch. Open it again. Or hit it again rather, and now we can use the path that we just took, and that brings us to where we need to be. This one we actually have to fight. Alright, now we got all of the eggs in our possession. Time to go bring those back to the one who created them, aka MMLF. We are almost there. Once we give these eggs to MMLF, we can create the new world and finally get our swords wealth. We can finally escape this place. Except the elevator is broken.
God damn it.
So this is Israfel. It's a very quick encounter. The more inconvenient thing is that the elevator broke in the process and we cannot get back to MLF as easily as we would have hoped. Dear Rahan, how dare you?
That was a very... He's got very low health.
Yeah, he only has 1500, so... We got the Destiny Jewel from him, a Foma, but the elevator is destroyed beyond repair, so now we have to find an alternate way to MLF. Which means we have to go through this entire sector, even though previously we could just use the elevator. But first of all, we need to go back here to Irving and give him the new Forma so he can make us a Gate Surge D. So now that's what we need to get through this area. And should probably save one more time in the ship, eh? You can die in Horologium, the random encounter, so it's a bit... Generally speaking, you're fine, but if you get unlucky, you can die here. So here we start our long detour back to MLF. Oh no, it's a poisonous swamp, my one weakness. Damn you,
Like how you
Miyazaki.
Had the null poison accessory equipped for the whole game. There's like never been anything else worth using.
Yeah. I mean, there are good accessories, but like this run does things like very minimal. We're still using Area 1 armor as well. So this route basically does the bare minimum, so going out of our way to get a better accessory would be kinda like waste of time. Because there are better accessories, but you don't need them to beat the game. Let's take a safety save. Just in case. Never know what's lurking around these corners in the Schwarzwald. Oh, hi, I know you. Not the poison. Well, now my screen is going to keep flashing red for a second. Failed. I'm too young to die. Stop hitting me. So here's an interesting instance. There's a upcoming small section of teleporters, but the teleporters don't take us where we want to go unless we are on full moon. This is, as far as I know, the only instance of that in the entire game. And yeah, we need to get our cycle to be full moon. And hopefully avoid dying in the meantime.
Beelzebub must be in this sector. Full moon teleporters.
Right. Also, I am supposed to have Black Maria out for the upcoming fight. Gonna do a safety save. I am a bit badly equipped to deal with the next fight because I'm missing acid breath, but that shouldn't really matter for the completion of the fight. It just makes this fight a bit more tedious, but it should be fine. I'm gonna stay on Survivor Vest instead of switching to the Monarch Vest because I need to null light for this fight. Because we have to be fighting our favorite friend Mastema again. He's not very pleased that we decided to go full chaos and now he tries to kill us. This is where you would usually fight Awake Jimenez if you went for the neutral ending route, but I'm not gonna do that. Great Lament is an interesting skill. It basically charms everyone who's not chaos aligned, but since my party is fully chaos aligned, it does nothing, but Mastema's AI is terrible, so he keeps using it.
That's kind of nice.
Yeah, so we get just basically free turns whenever he does that. Another skills that he has is Melphase. That's his strongest almighty attack, and that actually hurts. Undated Wind does a decent amount of damage as well. Hopefully I should have one more beat chain, hopefully. I in fact do not have that. Okay. Fine, I guess. I got killed. I took way more damage than I thought. I thought it was safe there. Turns out I wasn't.
Does that go through Makarakarn?
Undated Wind? I don't think so.
Because you do have that.
I'm actually not sure. Yeah, it's fine. I was greedy.
Yeah, bosses this late in the game sometimes respond to shields anyway.
True. I was a bit greedy there. I should have started using Media Rahan instead of going for the 4th Luster Candy. I can also just, since Chigokten doesn't have much to do anyway because he's missing a skill, I can just use Warcry a bit more. I don't have to settle for one Warcry, nothing is stopping me from using multiple. This fight should be easy, but I fumbled that. It's fine. I will never learn. I will keep going for the fourth one. It should be fine. Surely. Judgment does nothing except it can instant kill my Chikokten, but all of my party nulls light. So that doesn't do anything. It's an instant kill. You can snipe Chikokten with that if I get unlucky, but that's whatever. And now we basically just win. If Chikokten dies, it doesn't really matter. I think it's kind of funny because I think Judgment Slide has a pretty low chance of activation compared to even like stuff like Mahama. And it's like Mastama's unique skill. But the reason we need to preemptively Media Rahan every turn is because of Melphase. 2 of those in a row will absolutely nuke my entire party, and Mastema has higher agility than Black Maria, so he usually acts before me. There it is. With double Warcry though, actually it wasn't as bad as it usually is. I'm getting good hits with Madness Crush as well. Not too bad. I guess a second Warcry is probably worth it. It makes the fight a lot easier. Don't even have to worry about double Melphase too much.
Yeah, if he's not going to Dakunda it.
No, he's not. He doesn't even have buff removal skills, I think. Which is very weird at this point in the game. You would think that
Yeah.
he would have something like that, but I'm just hoping to get the last hit without having to charge again. Those spears, that would make sense.
It doesn't make much sense to me because it's reflecting off of Jikokuten.
How does spears work in this? Just a bit of an older game. Doesn't it in some games spears doesn't go through reflect? Or does
But
it?
usually that would also apply to Makar Karn.
Right, yeah, well, I'm not sure. Alright, that's Mastema down. And here is Lucifer to congratulate us and laugh at Mastema's face, who dies. And now we have one more obstacle in our way. And that is Zelenin.
Anything that isn't a blue blob in random encounters is something that you've analyzed.
Yes.
Before enemies are analyzed, they're these blue blobs, but after you either kill one of them or fuse that demon yourself, they will show up as their actual sprites in encounters.
Correct. So the reason Nidhogger is visible because we fought him earlier in one of the sectors when we were looking for the blue, not blue, the eggs. That's why he's visible to us. Take a safety save just in case, so we don't have to fight Mastema again. That would be a very annoying thing to happen. Yeah, we're almost at the end of this sector. And by extension, the end of the run. This room has some invisible walls, but they're not too difficult to avoid. Failed.
Killing wind. That didn't even do that much damage. Failed. Oh, that did a lot of damage.
Yeah, Horologium encounters can be scary. Like Madness Crush can one-shot MC even through Fizz Resist if it gets targeted like all 4 hits to MC. Just kills you. And I'm pretty sure the escape rate at this point isn't... We don't get it to the max, but it is in this game. I don't even know what the cap is in this game. It's 70% in Redux, but it's more in this game than Redux, but not sure about the exact percentage. Alright, the final switch, and now we are very close to Memelev. This is an area where we start getting these shakes. That means we're almost there. All of this detouring because Israfel broke the damn elevator. We could have just taken the elevator down and got them back here, but no, we have to do that 20-minute detour. But we have made it back to Memelev. So now Memelev is happy with the fact that we got the eggs, and he decides, or she decides to leave us to it and entrust the creation to us, and she goes to the new world to await our successful completion of the mission. And the last thing we have to do is to get to the vanishing point in Eridanus to do what we set out to do. So that's where we will go. But before that, we do a final set of fusions. Although I need Black Maria to be alive for this, so I might as well go to the ship first and heal.
So you're gonna get Void Fizz on everyone?
I should be able to. Which is very helpful. It basically gives us a higher chance of winning the final fight. Because that is a RNG fest and a half. Thunderbird with Wukong Swords, and I'll get you Void Fizz. So now we're just gonna create multiple demons with one quality shared all among them. And that is that all of them will reflect electric. So Guishan, Mushisu, where's Lexus? Yep. And Palasathenosaurs for Void Fizz. All of them get Void Fizz and all of them reflect electric for one very specific purpose. So we'll make Naka and Wukong into Yinglong. And with Sandmansaurs we'll get the Void Fizz into... There we go. And now we fuse King Long and Oni for Komoktan, and Void Fizz will be with him as well. Perfect. Now Thunderbird, Mushisu, Komoktan. Now we switch my equipment for Monarch Vest, otherwise I would get one shot. And now we'll go to the vanishing point in Eridanus. Yeah, it's like the guy pointing at himself with a gun. It's all Eridanus, always has been. But first, before we go to the vanishing point, I'm gonna take one final detour. I mentioned earlier why this sleep juice is very important for the run. And
You're putting all your demons to sleep so the reflect damage is higher.
yes, exactly.
Nice.
So it's very convenient for us that the sleep juice is right here outside of the final boss fight of the run. I'm gonna save here while my demons are sleeping. And then I'm gonna reset the game to reset the encounter rate, because using a terminal does not reset the encounter rate. And now I am prepared to go fight Pillar Selenin. Who is currently guarding the vanishing point. And hopefully this does not take us more than one turn, or one attempt. So what we want to happen is that we want her to do Megiddo Storm and reflect all of that damage back at her. We have Void Fizz because sometimes she does Death Wave instead and ignores our hopes of her using Megiddo Storm, so we want to have Void Fizz to survive one turn to give us more chances of surviving to the turn that she does Megiddo Storm. So literally defend, yes, Wave of Death, but Void Fizz, and we don't wake up. Try again. We are still asleep. No, we are not, and that is a reset.
Oh, you literally have to get the hit while they're asleep.
Yes, otherwise your damage is not going to be enough.
You only get one reflected attack. She wouldn't do it a second time.
No. Well, maybe I guess she could, but like the damage drop is so significant that it's better to reload. I don't think you could ever realistically...
You wouldn't just turn on auto and YOLO it and hope to win?
I mean, I
rather
guess
than
you
resetting?
could. I'm gonna try and open this form. Can I open this? No, it's... Where is it? It's over there. I was hoping there was a forum around here to advance my RNG, but no such thing. Whatever. Try again. I was hoping this would work the first time because that would be funnier, but hopefully there it is. And she one-shot herself. So this was patched out for Redux. That's no longer possible because reflect damage has been lowered by a lot. But yeah, that's how you defeat Selenin in one turn. Alright, that is the run. We made it to the vanishing point and we are gonna make our world of chaos. After the credits.
Good final boss.
Yeah, it's the most SMT final boss there is. Either it's really difficult or it's a complete meme. There's no in between. Oh, was my timer actually 6:30 for the estimate? Did I time it?
You're gonna be just under 6:30.
Okay, well, good estimate, I guess, even though I played really badly, but that's fine. Well, if you wanted to fight Memalef in original Strange Journey, you can also cheese her with reflect damage, and that is what the neutral route does, so... You basically create a pyro jack that reflects damage, and then you just keep using Media Rahan with Alice and stay alive. And Memalef will also defeat herself with reflect damage. You just can't put yourself to sleep for that fight effectively. But that fight is also pretty trivial with reflect damage in this game. Okay, so after the credits there's gonna be a small showcase of the Chaos civilization that we created. And the timer for the run stops at mission complete. But we're not quite there yet. Alright, so now this is the civilization with demons controlling humans and humans being basically slaves because they are weaker than the demons. So it's a perfect world. Okay, and get ready with the timer. And time. GG. Just underestimate. Wowee. I don't know how though, because I made so many mistakes this run. My in-game time is almost an hour slower than the actual hour faster than the actual run, so it's fine. That was a lot of fun, and thank you, Shaggy, for joining me on this very bizarre adventure through the Schwarzwald.
Good job on the run.
Thank you. Thank you for GG's, everybody.
Showcasing it.
Alright, there's still some more good SMT runs for the weekend. I believe next is Scion with Messiah Riser. And then it's KMT time, which I will be racing with Mulski, and that should be a lot of fun. And then, of course, our fearless leader Freedom will be capping out the marathon with hard mode all bosses for DDS2, which is genuinely one of the best SMT speedruns. So there's still a lot of content to come today. So stay tuned for that. Thank you for the SMT speedrunning community for organizing this event, and RPG Limit Break for having us. It has been a ton of fun over the weekend. I also want to shout out Nakajima for routing this game, and also by extension routing the Redux run, which is also a lot of fun, which I will hope to showcase in a future event. Maybe not in SMT Marathon, but some other event, hopefully. And yeah, I am ready to go offline whenever the restreamer is able to do so. And thank you again for having us.